What you know about me? I seen it all, heard it all. Oh, what you know about me? I done it all, just want it all. Oh, what you know about me? I seen it all, heard it all. Oh, what you know about me? Oh, what you know about me? Oh, what you know about me?
Hey, y'all, welcome back to another episode of More Than the Title. I'm your host, as usual, Jared, Chief Revenue Officer at Outside the Box Digital. And it's our first real talk for 2026, y'all. So y'all know what it is. We about to go crazy. I'm about to have my brother on stage, man. We're going to have a great time today. But before we start how we normally start. Grateful and thankful, y'all. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the fans on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch. I got the youngins rocker, the TikTok going crazy too, man. And the Twitch. Got the gamers on board. With that being said, I just want to say I appreciate all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the support, all the DMs, all the texts. And before we begin, I just want to start with the monologue, man. And it kind of leads to what we're going to talk about today and the kind of conversation we're going to have today. I say this shit all the time, but I just want to make sure I reiterate this, y'all. Relationships are key. Relationships are currency. Straight up and down, man. I want to be somewhere, like, I don't know if y'all saw the post, but I'm going to keep it all the way real with you. Somebody asked me, who do you aspire to be? And who I want to aspire to be, I want to be like Clarence Avant. And for those who aren't familiar with Clarence Avant, he's the Black Godfather. Go check out the Netflix special. But he was the person that got deals done for the community, for the culture. He moved entertainment. He moved sports. He moved a lot of different moving pieces. And when somebody needed something done, they will call Clarence. And I want to tell y'all, that's why I'm starting this. That's why I started this. That's how we move, and that's how intentional we want to be. Podcast is shifting. And even if you think about podcasting is all about relationships. If you ain't got a deep Rolodex or you ain't willing to pick up your phone and make some shit happen, it ain't going to happen. You got to want this shit. You got to be obsessed with this shit. You got to love what you do. And so for the people out there, I want to tell y'all that's what it is. We on episode 281. That means I got 281 memories with different people from all around the world, billionaires, millionaires, and everything in between. Entrepreneurs, marketers, everything. It's because I want to get that sauce out. I want people to get the game. I want people to see you can make this shit from any walk of life. I want you to see from any circumstance. It doesn't matter what the hell you've been through. You got to go get it. And if you're willing to go get it and pay attention to the game that you're getting, you can go get it. And so relationships are key. Right now, shit is funky outside. Shit is real outside. A lot of content creators, a lot of entrepreneurs, especially just people working. Just in 2026 alone, if y'all don't know the stat, 1.5 million Black people have been now unemployed because they've been fired, terminated from their jobs. 1.5. It's a lot of people, especially when our dollar circulates the most. Think about how that's going to hurt the economy. Think that's how it's going to hurt our families. Think about how that's going to trickle down. And guess what, y'all? The reason why I wanted to start with relationships are key, because you're going to be forced to be an entrepreneur at some point. You're going to be forced. The system's going to force us out. AI is going to force us out. It's who's going to be working smart, who's going to work hard, and who's going to have the relationship to be able to connect the dots. Those are going to be the people that win. And with that being said, I want us all to win. So just remember how you treat people. Remember the information you get. Remember the time you spend on bullshit. Stop spending your time on bullshit because it's getting real. Start getting to it, man. One day by day, brick by brick, get to this shit. And I want to be an inspiration. I know my brother who's about to pull up is an inspiration of that. Embodies that shit. So that's the system and the message we're going to give. That's what we're preaching every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, sometimes twice on motherfucking Sunday. That's what we doing. So if you ain't with that, I ain't with it. If you ain't building, I ain't with it. Don't call me. If you ain't trying to get some money, don't call me. If you ain't trying to empower your community, don't call me. If you ain't taking care of your family, definitely don't call me. But if you about that, let's make some shit happen. And that's what I want to do for our community, bro. So with that being said, I love y'all. Build your relationships, build your network. This is what this is for. Everybody that supports this show is going to have access. So keep supporting. Because I'm going to be the real one. Heavy as the head that wears the crown. I'm going to be the motherfucker to go over the hill, get shot by the Indian, all that. I'm going to be that one to make sure all of us eat. So just make sure I can get over that hill. Make sure I can get over the hill, man, because I'm going to continue to fight. Ain't nothing going to stop it. So with that being said, you know what I mean? Message. That was real. But with that being said, let me get my brother on the stage, and we're going to give y'all sauce, man, because my brother is working out here. He's a content creator, business owner. Me and my brother used to work together in the same spot, picking up the phones. Like, nigga, what? And if you ain't hit your number by Friday, you was going by Monday. You was going by Monday. And we was really in the trenches. And guess what? Energy. You know what I'm saying? I never hated on my brother. We never had an argument in life, nigga. Anytime we go get lunch together, get some wings, the $20 joints up the block. Remember the $20 joints up the block? 20 for 20. We go, nigga, I might go 10-10. We might go 10-10 because we try and get these deals. And we was in the trenches together. And I'm seeing my brother level up, glow up, change who he is as a person, change his mindset. And so I'm honored to have my brother here today. With that being said, let me get him on the show.
Let's start the show.
My motherfucking dog, man. Jet Lag G in the building.
Jay, what up, Jay?
Come on, man. What's good, baby?
Man, you know, I'm just happy to be here another day, man. With the living, just another opportunity to continue to be great. Everything that you said before you let me on. I was backstage, y'all. If y'all ain't know, I was backstage. You got a whole production station here. It's just crazy. All right. I'm gonna tell you, they got drinks and shit. You got pretty girls giving me drinks. I don't know where she came from, but she was like, here's a beverage. Be ready to. And now we're here.
You can have it too.
Yes, you can have it too.
With the right
I'm happy to be here right now. And like he was saying earlier, I was backstage listening. You got to be ready to go get it. You know, it's about hunger. It's about willingness. And we come from the trenches. Like even the place where we work, it was the trenches because you had to hit that number.
Hit the number.
Yeah,
we were hungry. We was young and hungry.
Definitely young and hungry.
Didn't know nothing about nothing. Didn't care about culture, office politics and shit. We just wanted to get this money. And as young brothers, like with the mindset, bro, and we just connected. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody who was there, bro. But like, I'm gonna say this before we get started, and I'm gonna kind of give you the monologue. But I'm proud of you, bro. Straight up.
Appreciate that.
Proud of everything you've done, bro. I'm proud of everything you're accomplishing. I'm proud of everything where you're ascending to, bro. Like, you positive, bro. You got great energy. You always had great energy. You could just know some people you just know is out of here, not because of anything else, but it's just like, yo, because he's just a good person. And you're one of those, brother, to me. I'm keeping it, you know, I'm a gangster with you.
Salute.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate it. Sometimes people get things misconstrued because we're all different. We're all designed differently. And I think that's going to be something we're going to talk about a lot today. It's going to be authenticity. You know, I never tried to fit in. I tried to get along, but I never tried to fit in. I was just always myself. I operate from a place of peace and love at all times, you know, and unless it's war, but that's a whole other topic. It's always peace and love. It's always leveling up. So like you said, the thing that you said that resonated with me, when somebody calls you and it's not about productivity or positivity, you know, or if you're calling me with problems and not the solution already in hand and just needing to tell me what you need me to do, you know, we got to keep it moving. We have to be proactive. I'm going to tell you something, right? Like, I was working on a grant last night, right? I've been working on the grant for a minute. And someone asked me, do you write grants? I was like, yeah, I'm a writer, right? And I wanted to write a grant. So I said, yeah, I could write a grant. And they had me seek out a $250,000 grant on the behalf of their company. And I would end up becoming a partner with them.
Come on.
I did the application and there was a last minute change. That last minute change affected all the numbers to change, which means I had to go through the entire application. And I went to enter it in maybe 3 minutes before the deadline, and I missed the deadline. Deadline was 11:59 p.m. last night. 12 a.m. and 1 minute is when I tried to put it in. It didn't go through.
Wow.
She flipped out all that work. When I tell you work, I was working on a grant for 18 hours straight the day prior and giving it at least 6 to 8 hours a day, days prior to that, while also maintaining my regular business, being a live host and doing other things. And that feeling of loss, it's crazy. It's crazy.
That's real.
Like, I walked around my island kitchen like 300 times because I was doing this from the living room. By this time, like I said, it's midnight. My lady's upstairs. I don't want to even go upstairs in the bed. I don't feel like I deserve to lay in the bed. And I needed to let it out. So I went on TikTok. I was in another live host room who I support. And I let them know what happened. And everybody was like, oh, maybe it wasn't meant for you. And I was like, nah, it was meant for me. I said, I take accountability. I should have had it finished yesterday. What?
Real. Self-aware.
Like, you got to be self-aware. You got to hold yourself accountable. Even though she made a last-minute change, why didn't I check with her yesterday if there were any last-minute changes, right? I was running the show. It was my shit. So guess what? It ain't over till it's over. Something hit me. I went and I emailed the agency. And then after that, I sent them another email and another email. Like, I was sending them emails till 3 a.m. I know there's nobody there. I just want to flood their inbox. I want them to be like, yo, who is this crazy person that's sending us emails at 3 a.m. thinking somebody's going to be there? And then at 8 a.m, as soon as their office opened up, I was the first person to call. I left a message. They said they didn't get the email. Imagine how I felt. Then I sat back down and I tried to relax. And I said, well, yo, why am I relaxing? Ain't no time to relax. They didn't get what does that mean? Emails are instant. So I called again. Somebody else picked up and they told me that I should send that email someplace else. By 12:30 p.m., the grant was received and accepted into the system, right? The application. So it's under review. But then an hour and a half later, I received a call. And they said that they're so happy that I sent them the email because this is one of the most thoroughly well done and thought out grants that she's seen in a long time. And it was my first time. Imagine if I just took the L. Imagine somebody closed the door in my face and I didn't knock again. Imagine I just took the first no and just gave up.
That's real.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
That's the good and the great, bro. That's the difference between the good and the great. And that's so let's get into that, bro. And I'll tell you mine too. But I do want to tell you, like you said, just not giving up. Somebody's about to not calling because you mentioned that, bro. One of my mans, I had a situation probably like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Niggas is bowling with the family. Some dude lost his phone. I'm in Gun Hill Project, East Chester Gardens. Good, bro. You know what I'm saying? Call the homies, boom, boom. Not gonna say my bro name. Somebody thought they lost their phone and came through. And it was like, yo, I thought y'all took my niggas, 8 of us, nigga, my father and them. Nigga, nobody need your phone, you bum ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? I get on that type of I am. I'm like, yo, son, black man, what's good, man? You're like, first of all, you talk to me. You don't talk to my father. That's one. Second of all, what's going on? We don't know nothing. We don't need your phone. We don't want your phone. Call it, do something. You want nigga to call it something, we'll figure it out. But you got to get the fuck out of here with the accusation. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Other shit. So the owner of the bowling alley is like, yo, why didn't you, because he was kind of, why didn't you call your mans? Because he runs the neighborhood. I said, why the fuck would I call my mans? Why the fuck would I call my mans? I call my nigga for a good time, not a bad time.
That part.
I call my nigga for a good time, not a bad time. If I only call you for that, that says how the fuck I feel about you. And I'm not on that with none of my niggas. I don't put the bat sign at all unless it's bat sign time.
That part.
You feel me, bro? Like, so that's when I'm call me for that shit, because you would look at me funny if I even put you in a situation. I would never put somebody I love in a situation like that unless it's absolutely absolutely necessary. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is, bro. But I love the fact that you fucking walked through the shit, said, I'm not going to give up and do all that. Where does that stem from, bro? Like, tell them about growing up, early influences, like, because I want them to understand your mindset, because you didn't just get to here, bro. It's mad L's and shit we took to get here.
So, for those of y'all that don't know, first let me introduce myself properly. I go by Jetlag on TikTok. Jetlag_G is my handle on most social media platforms, but my name is Guy. I grew up in Left Rack City, Queens. Born in Harlem, raised in Queens, and I'm a first generation Haitian American. I grew up in a single parent household. My mom was a hustler, you know. I didn't know, so I just thought I had a silver spoon. But she worked at Harlem Hospital. I lived in Left Rack City, Queens, so when I started going outside, I was in the hood, you know. Shout out to Nori, you know, shout out to Show, Gatto, all my peoples. That's where I'm from. This is what I saw. That's what I grew up in. But I was always different. You know, I went to a different school than everybody else. My mom, like I said, she was hustling. She had me in a private school right in the neighborhood. But it was there, a Montessori school, that I really started to get my first eyes out of the hood. And because of that, I just always had a window to the rest of the world. And I realize how important that is now when I work in the community dealing with the youth. I went to Bronx High School of Science. And then from Bronx High, yeah, you already know. I went to Bronx High School of Science, Bedford Park Boulevard. And by the time I was 15 years old, I just kind of wanted to change the pace. I told my moms I wanted to go live with my uncle. I think part of it was the fact that there was a lot of fatties in Miami, and you know I used to go there on summer vacation.
It'd be like this. Yeah, if you got the access, why not?
Why not? But
why not?
I just also wanted to learn some stuff, you know, and I felt like he could do that for me, and I didn't realize I was getting the lessons because I was always irritated with him. I went to another high school out there, Flanagan High School in Pembroke Pines. I lived in Miramar, Florida. Graduated in 99, went to Florida A&M University. And, you know, by that time, things had slowed down. You know, y'all know how the game is. Some people got long runs, some people got short runs. You know, my mom's had a long run. Things got fickle, and I didn't realize how much of my family was involved. So when I got to college, I didn't have that same silver spoon I used to have. And I would see kids with cars and, you know, they going to the club. We 18 years old. They got champagne bottles and stuff. Yeah. So it's funny. I always stayed away from hustling, but I didn't start hustling until I got to college. You know, I got to college, started hustling, and I allowed the Joneses, the law of the Joneses, where you see what the other person has and you want to, instead of just following my own path. So I made mistakes, got myself locked up. As soon as I turned 18, I didn't want to disappoint my mother. I was away at school, got a public pretender, and ended up with a felony unknowingly. They told me that it was.
I gotta ask you, what you got locked up for? Because you was hustling. You got locked up for hustling?
Nah, that's the crazy part. So I was hustling, but then I also wanted a job. I ended up getting a job at the mall. I was working at a store called Dillard's in Tallahassee, Florida.
Definitely.
And yeah, I was working in men's fragrances. I was 17 years old when I got the job, but I was making a lot of sales. And when you're working in the fragrances, you work in all the women's cosmetics also. Excuse me. They see a young black man dressed nicely.
Charismatic.
Come talk to, charismatic. Yeah. So I'm closing the sales, but at the same time, I'm doing my thing. So let's say, for instance, you bought something at a certain price and then you came back and you returned it. I was doing something where I would make the price higher and make a long story short. I was stealing, right? I was stealing from the store in a crooked way. But it was moving. And then this lady that was upset that I was getting a lot of sales, she just wanted to hate on me because I was on the phone when I wasn't supposed to be. And she told security to watch me so that she could send a picture to the manager. And that's when they saw, at that point, I went to the computer, and by that point, I didn't need people to actually physically come in. I could just type things into the computer and make things happen like that. So they were wondering what I was doing, and I got arrested, and I didn't know any better. Even though I grew up in the hood, I didn't have street smarts. And in hindsight, I should have got a lawyer. You know, I should have told somebody, but I tried to handle it on my own, got a public pretender, and then had 4 felony charges that ended up becoming 1, and it was grand theft. They gave me something called adjudication with hell, or some of you may or may not know it, nolo contendere, which also means no contest. That means I give up. I give up means I don't want to fight. I'm not saying I did it, but whatever you want to do with me.
Facts.
And by doing that, it's considered an admission of guilt, but they don't necessarily tell you that.
It's not in that, gray area. It's a gray area.
It's a very gray area. But the funny thing was, I asked a specific question. I said, when I fill out a job application, do I have to check that I had a felony when I apply? And they said, no, this is not a felony. I tried to work at a couple of places after, you know, and it didn't matter how educated I was, how well spoken I was, how well dressed I was. If it wasn't sales, you wasn't getting it.
Message. How it be. That's how it be.
That's how it was. So going to school, wanting to do business, right? Well, I originally went for pharmacy pre-chemistry. I wanted to do business once I saw the vibe. I like suits. I like communicating. I like interacting with people. And now I can't even get a job in a business unless I'm like making sandwiches or selling something. And it slowed me down. But I thought outside the box. I said, I can't do this. I'm going to have to work for myself. I remember when we were working together, I always tell people about this. There was a guy that worked at our job at VSW, and he sat next to me for a while, and he used to tell me about this thing called cryptocurrency. It was 2000, huh?
Back then?
Yeah, he was buying Bitcoin at $600 per. He was like, yo, you got to buy. I'm dead serious. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? I had bills to pay, dog. I had bills to pay. I'm like,
you ain't tell me, son. We had mad wings, bro. You ain't say nothing about crypto.
Yo,
I'm fucking with you.
He was like, yo, there's this new thing called Bitcoin, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just like, yo, bro, like, I don't have it like that. He was like, look, I just put my last 3 checks and I bought it and yada, yada, yada. And it's a way like that everybody's going to be exchanging goods in the future. And mind you, like it was 2012, right? When we was at VSW? No, 2011 or 2012. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, right around that time. And I remember I started taking pieces of my checkout and investing in it. And I had a wallet. I lost it. So, and at the time I didn't really care because I was only putting like 30, 40. So I lost about $200 worth of Bitcoin that I bought in
2012.
Yeah,
Shit.
so at the time Bitcoin, so I had a third of a Bitcoin because it was about $200. It was $600 a coin, and I had spent $200, or it was like $900 a coin. I forget exactly.
Coin exactly to the T. So a third of a coin. And what is that shit? How the fuck you get rid of that? What happened?
I mean, I just lost it in moving and not thinking. Because the thing about a wallet is, so this is before they had sites like Coinbase and all these digital wallets where you like you had to have it saved. Like it was in a thing or whatever, like a drive. And if you lose it, it's gone. There's no way to get it back. I didn't have the recovery code, like where if you put all those phrases inside where you could get it back, it was over. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh no. So you lose that. You lose.
Imagine how I felt when I lost a whole coin from a cell phone that I used to have in Dubai. Once again, didn't have the code. Same mistake. This time it's in a digital wallet, but it's in that phone. I get knocked when I come back home or whatever, and I'm trying to, that phone's gone.
So get the people context. I know you looked this shit up because I know I would have. What was the value of what you had? Or ballpark?
So the value, so when I bought it, I paid $24,000. By the time I came home, it was worth about $90,000.
Damn, bro. During the during the trenches. And so, all right, cool. So that's why we're going through the trenches. This is happening.
Exactly.
And what's happening?
So I gave you backstory 2012, and then the loss that I took, or that loss was early on. Then I bought Bitcoin again during a time where I was more knowledgeable about cryptocurrency, and that was in 2017, and I lost my thing somewhere between 2018 2023. So my mindset was, not to veer off topic too much, I'm just bringing it back. My mindset was, think outside of the box, do things differently, be authentically yourself. I spent a lot of time focusing on other people, focusing on their brands, their movements. Yeah. I got friends, they're great rappers, you know, and I wanted to push them out. They drop mixtapes, I'm doing designs, I'm out there, I'm in the trenches. I have a friend, he's a great writer, I'm pushing him. There are two female DJs right now that I know in New York that accredit me with one of the reasons why they started DJing, because I pushed them. My friend came to me one day and he said, yo, what's your thing? I said, what do you mean, what's my thing? He was like, yo, I always see you helping other people, but I never see you helping yourself. What's your thing?
Message.
And I was like, I don't know. I think my thing is making things better. And he was like, you got to have an idea though, right? And I was like, yeah, I got a bunch of ideas, but what I like to do is make things better. And I realized what it was many years later. So from that, I started focusing on myself and my own wealth and well-being. I worked for different companies. I went back to school first. When I went back to school, I ended up getting an associate's, and then I got a scholarship to Temple University. I went to Temple University. Yeah, appreciate it. I went to Temple University, and I was a single father. My son lived on campus with me. We even had about a 1.5 month period where we were homeless. So it was tough. I made it work, but I kind of crumbled under pressure. I had a breakdown during finals one semester, and it was at the end of my my second semester of my end of my first semester of my junior year. So I decided to go home, and I decided to go home, and my cousin approaches me with the idea of opening up a studio. I was like, cool. So we opened up a recording studio, IMG, invested in it, started bringing artists over there as well. And we had a movement. We had a great movement, but a lot of things transpired in that time that made things collapse as well. And then the studio got robbed. So imagine the up and down, the up and down. You see, life is that roller coaster, right? It's like you win, you lose, you win, you lose. And you're like, oh, man. And when you start from the bottom, and everybody's bottom is different, but when you start from the bottom, wherever you are, it's a matter of perspective. The top seems far-fetched, right? And when I mean bottom, I mean like you don't really know how you're gonna get there. You don't know anything. You don't know how
you're special. You're a motherfucker that know you special. You're from the bottom. I'm supposed to be here. I don't know how.
I know. I told somebody. I was telling my lady that the other day. I was like, as a kid, I always felt like I was supposed to be someplace else. Like this wasn't. I know I'm supposed to have more. I'm supposed to do more. I know myself.
Yeah. Now we talking.
So,
let's go.
Yeah. So now it's like I'm fighting and then I'm falling. And then I look at other people that have fought and then they fell, but then they failed. They fought, they failed, and they failed, because they choose to stay and not prevail.
Message.
Then I see the other people. They just kind of take it to the chin and then keep it moving. I see the people that don't stop. And I said, how come I don't have that? And then my uncle said to me, who said you don't? Right? I realized that it was a mental prison that I was in. And also it was my circumstances. I needed to change
us, me versus me, always
me versus me. And I needed to change my perspective. I needed to change the people around me. You see, some of you, even if you change your mindset, because you've already shown people who you are, it's more difficult to change around those people.
Message.
So, and this is why I always say it's good for people to go to college, go away to college if you have a chance. Not for the education. It's a scam, right? Like, let's all be
life experience and relationship.
It's a great life experience and great relationships that you'll have that will last a lifetime. But I just knew that needed to be done. I needed to change my atmosphere, and that's how I ended up in Dubai. All right. I had gotten out of toxic relationships, too many ups and downs in America and New York. And I was just like, yo, no matter what I tried, it's felony, everything. It's fucked up.
It's weighing me down, yo.
It's weighing me down. So I met a girl. The girl got a job in Dubai. 2 months later, she's like, yo, you should come out here. I think you would do well out here. A person like you could win. I was like, all right. I went out there with 2 of my bags. I had 2 big bags of luggage. You know them cheap bags from like the little Chinese store with the zipper around it that it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
You know, nigga.
Yo, I took them 2 bags, a MacBook Pro, an iMac, and like $80, bro. Not even a full 100. And I was on a plane. And then when I got to the front door of her crib, my bags broke. And I just took it as an omen. I was like, yo, I'm going to be here for a while. I went out there and I figured it out. By month 8, I got offered a job at Samsung. I was a senior e-commerce manager. By 6 months into it, I became the head of e-commerce for Samsung in the Middle East and North Africa.
6 months became the head of e-commerce for Samsung, bro.
Middle East and North Africa.
That's
and just to put that into perspective, right? Just to put that into perspective, my equivalent was in America, in North America, was a guy that used to work with Jeff Bezos. He was one of his former VPs over at Amazon, and then he ended up taking a job. So when I went to the conferences in Korea and Turkey, these are who I'm around. And that was at the very beginning of their e-commerce journey. What you'll understand is that you are valuable. You're valuable. If you don't realize you're valuable, if people around you don't see that you're valuable, you need to change the people that you're around.
Message.
You know,
cook, bro. Talking that shit. Talking that talk, bro. It's your show, my nigga. I'm rocking with you.
Yo, I called it upside down world, dog. Like, I used to call my friends like, yo, son, it don't matter what I do. I can't lose out here. Like, when I say I can't lose, peep this. I was so used to things messing up. Like, when you got a felony, you're used to getting a job and you be like, all right, how long this thing gonna last? Because when that background...
find out. Well, man, I'm gonna be working a midday shift, and Greg gonna bring his dumb ass over.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, yeah, guy, we need you over in HR.
It's not me. I love you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get you with that bullshit.
Or I remember there was one job right before I moved to Dubai. I was working at this company called Permission Data. They're out of business by now.
Hey, that sounds like a shit is out of business. I ain't gonna
like they don't need permission for your data anymore, dog.
Data, that sounds nuts. I ain't gonna hold you, my nigga.
They're definitely out of business. Yo, they hired me. Yo, I was one of their top people. It was a lead generation company. I was one of their top earners. And after 3 months, I guess it's because they didn't want to pay me my commission, or maybe it was just because, something else. But they called me in and they told me that I lied about going to college. And I was like, that was actually one thing I didn't lie about on my resume. I was there. It was the felony. But technically, they weren't allowed to disqualify you. So they just said that they couldn't verify whatever. So it was rough. But out there, it didn't matter. So when you're so used to things messing up, you start to get into a mindset where you create that reality. Whatever you think, whatever you believe becomes your reality. So if you think things...
No, I was it. We are the stories we tell ourselves.
Absolutely. If you believe, oh man, things never work out for me, they never will. Right. And it's not so much just the energy, but you do the actions that create that. But sometimes the odds are in your favor because of things like competition, location, perceived value, right? Perception is key. There's some people that if they knew your value, it would make them way more wealthy. If they knew your talents, your gifts, your purpose, it would make them more wealthy. But they can't see it. They're wearing different lenses and you can't see it either. So I had to get myself out of a box, and we're going to get to that a few years later, right? But now in 2016, October, I got this job at Samsung, and now we're in 2017 and I am arriving, right? I'm arriving into the person that I believe I am. I was in my bag. Kids were taken care of, mothers taken care of, mothers taken care of, pockets. Like I was having a ball. Then I'm in the nightlife. I was in a place where I was rare, right? Because I'm not for sale. I'm not exotic. I'm not a car. I'm not an animal. But I was rare and I was highly coveted. Black men from America in other countries that are not part of the military, that are not part of education, that work in some sort of business. It's like we're unicorns, especially in non-English speaking countries.
Absolutely. So, I want to make sure you hone in on this, bro. What makes us, especially in the Black men in our community that got the vision, that say I'm special, how do we make ourselves highly coveted in that environment? How do we do that?
By being ourselves, by being authentic.
Message.
There you go.
You just got to be yourself. You don't have to try. Like, it's funny. I was just trying to understand. And by trying to understand what happens, you make yourself humble. You listen more, you say less. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them in proportion, right? You're in a new space. Understand that there are cultural differences. So while you're trying to understand them, they're trying to understand you as well. While there are things that you may normally react to, right? Understand that it may not have the same meaning to them, i.e., the N-word, right? Think about a person from Dubai. Think about a person from Africa, right? That doesn't really know Americans or Europeans, and they hear the N-word. Where do they hear it? They hear it in movies, right? And we're saying it to each other. It's a term of endearment,
Music,
right? Music, everything else. So when they see you, they think it's a term of endearment. Like they're like, "Ah, my nigga." I'm like, "Yeah, what up, bro?" So I'm on Snapchat one time. I'm at a party, and that song by Yo Gotti came on or whatever, and there was this dude from Pakistan that was there. He's a very wealthy dude, but he's cool. Like he brings a lot of the rap artists out there, mad chill. And we got the bottles. He jumps in my Snapchat video and he was like, my end, right? And somebody saw it and they were like, yo, you just gonna let him talk to you like that? And I'm like, I educate him first, right? You have to be patient. You have to understand things. Like we put so much emotion behind things. I understand what it means to you, but understand that it don't mean the same thing to that person. right? Just like it doesn't mean the same thing to you if I say it to you or you say it to me. You have to understand that when you're traveling in different places, you have to be humble, you have to listen, and you have to learn. And then by being yourself, by just being a good, genuine person, people will appreciate you because there's no one like you.
Message.
There's no one like you. No one. And I mean it in multiple senses, right? Let's take one. There's no one like you in the fact that you are a blueprint. You are authentic. You are a fingerprint. There's no replication. There's no duplication. There's similarities, but you're one of one.
No exact matches. Yep.
Yep. Now, second, you're from a different country. On top of that, you don't know their culture, the way that you move, the way that you walk, the way that you talk, how you hold a fork and a knife. Like everything is different. That's what makes you unique. That's what makes you highly coveted. But then on top of that, there aren't a lot of us there. So I had moved to the UAE during the time they said it was 9 million, but it was more like 8 million people in the country. Of those 8 million, about 47,000 were Americans. Of those 47,000 Americans, there were more women, than men. Most of them were in the military or in education. Most of them lived in Abu Dhabi. I lived in Dubai, but not just in Dubai Marina, and I was in the nightlife. When you go out in Dubai nightlife, there's a few of us out there now, but before it was only like literally a handful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we all knew each other. We all rocked out, you know. Shout out to all of you. I'm not saying any names, but you know who you are, right? Salute. But yeah, you're appreciated more. So back to why I called it upside down world. I was at my job and I started getting lazy. I was taking things for granted. The reason why I was taking things for granted is because I still had the mindset where I was used to things messing up. I was still used to things messing up. And this is when it hit me. One day I go into work, I'm late. I've been coming into work hungover because I'll be partying and stuff, but I'm still doing my numbers. I'm achieving. I'm like the whole e-commerce platform is bolstering. People didn't think e-commerce was going to do well there because when I moved there, if you ordered from what they had there before Amazon, it was called soup.com. You were able to pay for an 86-inch TV cash on delivery. And then if you didn't like it, you could send it back. Imagine just ordering something without paying. Like, yeah, I want this 86-inch TV. And it's cheaper.
Mad returns. Terrible business model.
Well, what's funny is there were a lot less money issues there. So lifestyle is amazing, right? Your money is tax free. So whatever your salary is, whatever your offer is, you are getting that offer or more, right? Secondly, the way that it's designed, your rent is paid in advance, meaning they give you a year lease. They want you to give checks. So if you don't have the money to pay up front, you have to pay check by check. But what you can also do is take a personal loan out. You don't need credit. Your credit is based on your income. So I had a great income. Therefore, I had an amazing credit line. I was able to get my apartment paid up front for a year. And then I didn't have to worry about paying the loan because it automatically deducts it from my paycheck every monthly pay period. It was the easiest, best thing. I go into work one day. I'm thinking they're going to fire me. They bring me into the office and they tell me, well, we realize that you seem disinterested. You've been seeming distant. And, we know you're really talented. So that's how I ended up getting the promotion. I ended up getting the promotion by them feeling like I could take on more responsibility. And rather than punish me for my tardiness and stuff, because I was achieving, they didn't just hold me to black and white. They really thought about it. We're not giving him enough. He's disinterested. He's still achieving, but he's coming in not feeling like whatever, right? Think about that.
Message.
So
I'm with you.
at that point, I'm like, yo, I'm greater than I think I am. I started seeing different marketing companies that would solicit us for RFPs, and they would pitch us these concepts, and I'm like, okay, do we have to go? And they're like, yeah, we got to choose one of them. I'm like, okay, so I'll choose one, and then we pay these guys like $50,000, and I'm like, yo, at that point, that's like a quarter of my income. So you mean to tell me if I close like 40s deals or whatever, I could pretty much make what I'm making over here? But I could do that. All it was a little deck and an idea. So that caused me to come up with my own marketing company, Innovative Branding Communications Consultants, IBC. It's still for something else. It's still for international bag chasers, and that's for a whole other reason. But what an international bag chaser is, if you are traveling for international business, whether you play ball, whether you're going in the military to another place, or shoot, even on social media, if you're on TikTok, right? If you're on Instagram and you're monetizing, and there's somebody that is either engaging with your content or purchasing from your online store, and they're converting from yen or naira or euro in order to buy diamonds or whatever currency they have there for you to then sell something and then get diamonds back, you're an international bag chaser, right? That's where it came from. So I started a marketing company called IBC.
Nigga, you in third period, nigga. You going crazy. You going crazy, nigga. I love it, man. Shout out to everybody on Instagram, because you already know Instagram. If you want to be on the show, I got mad comments. Come to YouTube, put some up. You know what I mean? Let them know you hear them. You know
Oh, yo,
I mean? You know
I don't even think I ever went live on Instagram. What was I supposed to press?
Just
I was
press the
supposed
go
to press.
live button. You nigga, they 40 minutes late. They gonna hear you on the intro.
I don't even see the thing no more.
I don't know. It might go right to the head. But let's do it, bro.
Hold on. Let's
Everybody
go. Hold
shout to
on.
you
Let's
out.
see.
You know,
Public. Next. Okay.
Like it's dope. Like real shit.
It's not highlighted though. It's not giving me go live for the streamers. Nah, it is what it is.
The past, all right, it's all good, bro. I got you, bro. Everybody on Instagram, come to YouTube. I tell you that, please. I know that's your preference, please, so you can be on the show.
So now I'm winning out there, right? I'm winning. I'm gonna tell you something I never told anybody online before. So this is the first time. So by this point, I'm like, yo, I got everything that I want. And I meet these dudes from Atlanta. We end up going out. We have some drinks. We have brunch. They came back to my spot. I lived on the 33rd floor of a high-rise condo. I'm a condo building. I had a wraparound balcony in my apartment, and I could see the entire marina. And they're like, yo, this is dope. I'm like, yeah, man. Only thing I'm missing is some bud. Like, since I've been here, I ain't smoked nothing, right? And they were like, you ain't smoked nothing. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, we got you. The next day, my boy calls me. He says, he got that for me. And it was pretty expensive. It was about $70 a grizzly. $70 a grizzly. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, whole thing.
Yeah, man. So it was $70 a gram, and that was about 250 dirham, their currency. So my homeboy came by later that day, and he was like, "Yo, son, this smell like some loud." Now, mind you, he's a basketball player. They get paid like 25,000 to 30,000 US dollars cash per month. Like, here, boom, nice crispy hundreds. I've seen it. I've seen him on payday. And when he was like, yo, you got some fire? And I was like, yeah, but this was our first time actually hanging out together, because we met before the club, and we was like, yo, you from Queens, I'm from Queens. Shout out Devin Ebanks. Know what I mean? He used to play for the Lakers. He's playing overseas right now. Salute Ravenswood. Shout out to my brothers in Queensbridge as well. But yeah, he's like, yeah, I got something too. So when he showed me what he had, it was like some brown doo-doo. It was like, oh no, what are you doing? This is not what we do. So
Hated it.
so I said, how much you pay for that? He was like, he paid 80 a grizzly. I was like, damn. So 80 a grizzly, that's like 300 dirham or whatever. So I was like, all right, what am I going to tell him when he asked me what I paid for mine? Because I know he's going to try to buy mine. It's very, rare out there, whatever. So I told him I paid 1,000 dirham a gram, right? And 1,000 dirham is about $270 US, right? So, yeah. So now we go on my balcony, we light up, and I hit this thing. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. So this is Triznash. You are disrespectful to your lungs. This is bad. This is worse than a cig. Now, I mean, toss that. Like, we lit up mine, and I was like, nah, you light it up, right? He hit it. He was like, and he looked at me. He went inside of his pocket and he pulled out 1,100 US dollars. He said, yo, I need 4 grand. And I was like, all right. I went inside my room, took out my scale. It was really fluffy, so I made 0.7 a gram, gave him a little 2.8. Have a nice day.
On the extra, on the end.
Hey, like, hey.
Don't miss.
No, he's fucking.
He's fucking good.
Yeah, man. So the next day,
so
he
you
hit
hear
me
that,
up.
Doc? You're paying that for it's low-key criminal. Yo, Dot, you hear it too, son. I like it. I like it. Dot, I like it.
Yo, so the next day he hit me up for another 4, so I gave him another 2.8 and then another 2.8. Now I only bought a half, so now I'm calling for a re-up, and I'm like, yo, this is gonna subsidize. But that did more than see. The first sale made me feel like it was subsidizing. The second sale made me feel like I was rising. By the time I had to re-up, I was like, this could be something. The light bulb went off. By the end of the month, I bought my first. By the end of the month, I bought my first pair of Christian Louboutins. I'm dead serious, right? Like, and even though I had a great job, child support is crazy. I wasn't really buying things for myself. I wasn't doing like I was going out because there was a very easy life. You can just go out because you're you. There's always rich people with bottles. There's always access. Like, you don't have to worry about much. But I wanted to do more. Like, I'm not supposed to just be chilling with them people. I am them people, right? That's what, and I'm not acting. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to get it. I saw it opening, and it just happened naturally. It was organic because the first day was just asking. And then something happened. So the guy that I had, it was great. It was high quality, but he left. Then I called the dude that knew that guy, and he was like, yeah, he bounced, but there's another guy, and he had a larger quantity, but worse quality and more money. So it messed up my reputation because out there wasn't really any quality. Like, nobody had the fire out there. So, I started researching. I'm like, yo, how do I get it out here? I was looking at different things on YouTube. And if y'all trying to do something bad, do not go research it on YouTube or ChatGPT.
That's the old us. That's the old us.
Yeah. Don't. This is entertainment purposes only. I'm telling you a story about the mistakes that I've made. All right.
Biggs, you're gone too. I know, man.
Niggas, you got not fucking with you. My nigga, let's go.
So the plug, he ends up getting knocked or whatever. One of the plugs get knocked, and his whole team, they get nervous. So they call me like, yo, they trying to liquidate their supply. And I'm like, yeah, y'all out in Abu Dhabi, but I'm here. They were bringing it in the military mail and on the planes. So they was getting airy. I was like, all right, cool. I take it over, and now at least I got something to sit. But it gets to like 2018, and I'm like, nah, I need something. And by this time, I had already been flying with things like, personal. Then
Regular
I came, yeah, regular, regular. Then I came home one time and I came back with a pound. Then I came back and I was like, yo, I need like 8 of those things, and
Yeah, hold on,
that's
you got right. You was flying through the joint with the pizzle, with the P.
yeah.
I've done like 40 splits. I nigga with the pizzle. How the fuck yo? That's kind of
Yeah,
crazy. I don't even want to know how, but that's crazy.
that's proprietary information. We could talk about that.
Yeah, we
but
don't tell you nigga. That's you my nigga, but that was crazy,
yeah.
bro.
And then there's some things that's in the book. It's in the movie as well. But it was a process. And then after I did it like 3 times, I knew what it took. I paid attention to. I researched it literally for 6 months prior to doing anything. Anybody that wants to get into any type of business, legal or illegal, research is key, right? You also need to run tests when someone is coming out with a new product or a new system. They do something called market research. They also do something called product research. They also do SWOT analysis, right? You got to do the same for this.
Message.
And it worked. Yeah, it worked.
And for although that's not what we're glorifying, but it's anything that you're trying to accomplish. I don't give a fuck what it is. Business, it's all business. But at the end of the day, anything you want to
business,
you have to research the shit, know your customer, know the market, know how you get for low prices, supply and demand. You have to know the business.
See, and this is what I want people to know, right? Whether you're good in, something that is legal or illegal, right? In terms of your business acumen, you still have business acumen. You just don't really know that you can do a different kind of business, something that won't get you in trouble, right?
Interchangeable skills. Interchangeable.
Transferable skills.
Come
right?
on.
And we're going to talk about that as well. The interchangeable and the transferable. So I took things that I learned from my sales, right? My sales jobs, my customer service jobs. On top of my regular personality, that's what allowed me to flourish in these spaces. But then Samsung is a very military-like company. They believe in deference. They believe in no excuses. They don't. If you have a target, there's no such thing as failure. So everything is by a system. And because of that, I did everything numerically. I paid attention to margins. I was always negotiating the best deal. And that being said, I also knew how to scale, right? Anybody can sell something hand to hand. If you make a macaroni and cheese platter right now and you want to sell 10 pieces, you can sell 10 pieces, right? But can you open up a restaurant strictly selling macaroni and cheese?
Message.
This is when scaling comes into play. So you build a system and you figure out how much you need to give up in order for you to grow. That's any business. How much do you need to give up in order for you to grow? I digress. Things were going great until they weren't. Right. I was flying high. I was already making 6 figures. And then over there, I was making at my peak about $90,000 a month, and by that time I wasn't touching anything. So I felt myself a little too much, and I was away from my family. I was away from the people that really cared about me.
Different person.
So, yeah. So in self-actualizing or in feeling a sense of accomplishment, you can lose yourself. That my authentic self is what got me into these spaces and into these places. But then the ego is what took me out. It made me blind to my own folly.
Come on, bro. That's real as fuck. That's now we cooking with grease, bro. Come on, man. Talk to them.
So I felt like money made me who I was. It made me more important, but it didn't. It just made me more of a dickhead at that point. I didn't care. And I was supplementing, sorry, I was replacing the void that I was feeling with nice things and a bunch of women and a whole lot of liquor. And I was actually going to the hospital because I was having a lot of issues. And one day, my condo gets raided. 15 CID officers rush my spot. This dude, he said something, and he said something because he was in trouble. So your first instinct is probably like, oh man, these snitches, or why did he have to do that? And that was my first response. But then by the time I was sitting in the feds 4.5 months later, when I realized the $150,000 I paid for me and my Cody's lawyer wasn't working, I realized that I was there for a different purpose. And I decided to take accountability, first of all. I wasn't there because someone snitched on me. I was there because I did something that was illegal in a country that is very, very serious on their punishment for that crime. And on top of that, that person was only able to say something about me because I engaged with that person. I'm the one that chose to be that person's friend or acquaintance, right?
You gotta listen to him. You learn something.
Having that level of and yes, there's some culpability. Yes, he did what he did, whatever. It don't matter. See, when you start pointing fingers at other people and its situations and its circumstances, you remove the power from yourself. Where's your power? But when you take your accountability, you can take control. You can fix it. You can make things work. So when I was there and they told me that I could be getting a life sentence potentially, I was like, I ain't getting life. I paid too much for this lawyer. I better not be getting life
sentence for that.
Yeah, that was the max that you could get. You could get before it was death sentence too, but they changed that. So life was the max that you could get, and I'm like, nah, they not giving that to me. At first, I had promotion, and no, first I had possession from the police station. So that's like 2 years. Then no, using is 2 years. With the possession, it could be like 5 years. Then there's something called facilitation. It's when you sharing and you burning down with your peoples. That's like 10. Promotion is like 15. So they moved me up to promotion. That's when I'm just dropping it off to somebody, but I'm not necessarily making a profit. Excuse me. That was at the prosecutor's office. And then the legal system there is different too. When I got locked up, after they raided my place, they only found a little bit. And they didn't let me get a lawyer. They was like, your embassy can't help you, Baba. They said, you're going for 25. And I'm like, yo, I laughed. I was like, 25. I was like, who the fuck does he think he's talking to? This guy's crazy. 25 for this? Like, nah, I got money. I'm out of here. Once again, arrogance, folly.
Imagine if you didn't even have that option, even say that.
So by the time I made it to the feds 4.5 months later, I had a talk with God. I already had my accountability administered in myself, and I was already working out. I said, I know I want to go home, but send me home when you're ready, because I know I'm here for something else. There's a lesson I'm supposed to get here, and I'm going to figure it out. Now, this is the difference between, those that can and those that can't. Those that can't won't. Those that can will. They will find a way. I'm going to be me wherever I'm at. So I had to go to God, to prison with that same humility. I'm in a different space, right? 2 ears, 1 mouth. Use them in proportion. Humility. Learn. Understand. There weren't Americans there like that. There was some Brits, some Europeans. There was one other American. And when I first got to the prison, some guy welcomes me to the cell block, and he was like, welcome, you're from America. I was like, yes. He said, listen, Habibi, don't worry. Everybody gets a life sentence first time. Then maybe second time you get a life sentence. But if there's no real evidence, in Supreme Court, you'll get 2 years, you go home. Khalas. I'm like, 2 years? I'm not saying it for 2 years. Like, I didn't even want to sit there. You know? And but then like a week later, there was a court. So a bunch of people went to court. They came back, and when the cell block door opened, you hear a bunch of people cheering, yeah. And I'm like, why they cheering? They're like, oh, he probably got a life sentence. I was like, what you mean? They're like, yeah, you know, that they cheer for you. You joined the club. Everybody got a life sentence or a death sentence here. Yo, there's more than 3,000 people with life sentences for drugs in the United Arab Emirates, at least when I was there. You know, more than 3,000 people with life sentences for drugs in a country that has a population currently of, I'd say, maybe 10 mil, maybe less at this point with what's going on out there. All right. How many El Chapos are there? It's not about that. It's just about what's important to them. You see, the way that laws are made, they're made according to what's important to society at large, their society. A lot of their young are dying from drugs, right? Hard ones. So therefore, they treat them all the same. When you get your charge, it just says a class, right? So it was pretty much classified by organic and synthetic. So marijuana, cocaine, heroin were all treated the same. Crystal meth was treated as less than marijuana, you know? So yeah. Yeah,
hold on. I was with you until you said the crystal meth was less than marijuana.
Because it's synthetic. So Xanax, Adderall, things like that, prescription stuff, crystal meth was right in line with those. But if it's from a poppy seed, if it's from hemp, or it's from a cocoa leaf, they giving you a hard time. Yeah, out there. Y'all can light up on the show?
Bro, just cover it and we good. Just cover it.
No. Yeah, I'm gonna chill.
No. Do you cover it? That's all I do. When I do it, I cover it. Boom, bing. Then I'm saying I might have this, I might have that. You don't know.
All right, cool.
My guy, I tell you the real. I ain't gonna lie to you, nigga. Come on, you my guy. We agrees. And first of all, why you do that, bro? I want to appreciate you for the vulnerability. The vulnerability of saying what you say. First of all, bro, what they don't know, I ain't speak to this nigga in like 10 years. We text, we show love. I don't know my brother's going through this.
But I always feel your energy.
I'm just letting the people know this is the first time I'm here. So imagine this being my guy, and I'm like, yo, son, I'm like, yo, son, today's the day. Yo, you good? He's like, yo, son, I stayed up for like 24 hours doing the grant. The same story he just gave y'all. And said, yo, I'm still pulling up. I'm still pulling up to my brother's show.
I ain't go to sleep yet, huh? I didn't go to sleep yet. I know you was like, get some rest.
I ain't go to sleep. I said, nigga, get some rest. You're bugging. You're going too far, Biggs.
I'm on the block with it. Same clothes from yesterday, y'all. Am I telling y'all too much?
Bro, I respect it. This is what they need to see. They need to hear it.
So yeah, when they told me that, I was like, damn, life sentence. You know, it was a possibility, but I didn't really believe it was mine. And I just wanted to learn. So the first thing I learned was how to play their card games. I had already started learning that in the jail in Dubai when I moved to the feds in Abu Dhabi. It was more competitive, you know, got into a few scuffles. People knew who I was. There are a lot of poor people there as well. So when you got money, you make things move around. It's real simple. And also people admire us. So the same level of interest and the same level of rareness that we had outside, it was even amplified there, because now you're men, even if you could be a beta, not even an alpha, you could be a zeta American dude out there, just for the fact that you have that passport, they looked at it once upon a time with a whole lot of respect. You know, like, yeah. So I was treated differently in that regard. But while playing cards, you start to pick up on numbers. First thing you learn is numbers, because there's going to be money exchange. So I learned how to count in Arabic. Then I was learning colors by playing games like Uno, right? Then by playing like spades, they got their version of spades too. It's called trump, ironically enough. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they got a few different names for different types of spades, just like hearts is a kind of spades or whatever. But by playing those games, you hear people talking to each other, and then you start asking questions. What does that mean? I picked up on the language, so I learned how to speak Arabic. And I had a homeboy, he was fluent in English and Arabic, and he helped me to build a curriculum. And I said, you know what? I want to teach this. So I started teaching it in the cell block. Then I looked for, I tried to get a job in the library, and you had to have connections. So there was this local dude who was from the country, and he was from a big family. And he was like, you want to go to library? I take you to library. I was like, all right, cool, let's go. So I went out with him, a senior officer, and he was like, yeah, there's some Ricky right there. We're going to make a program. He didn't have no program in mind. He knew I wanted to do it, but he just wanted something to make him look good or whatever. And that's kind of how they do out there. Like,
that's real though. I ain't mad at it.
I'm dead serious. So he brought me in there. I took my other man with me, and we got a job in the library. Then when I was there, I was able to actually make the entire curriculum on the computer. Then from there, I was able to present it to senior officers, and they let me run a test pilot. The test pilot ended up getting implemented in the entire prison. And then after a few months, they were taking pictures. They were taking videos. As a matter of fact, you've seen the pictures, right? I got
facts. I definitely, yep.
Yeah. So I actually stole those pictures through a memory card. I had them stashed. I kept them with me all them years, and we're gonna get to that part too, because I said all them years, right? So I kept the memory card with the pictures, and I smuggled it out. But it ends up getting funded by the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Education to be funded in all the federal prisons out there. So it was my opportunity to help men have different opportunities when they left. You don't understand how important being able to speak English is in these countries. They can get jobs that they normally wouldn't get. So my whole mindset was make them more empowered so that when they go home, because you get deported automatically. Maybe you're from the Philippines, right? Maybe you're from West Africa, even though they're already speaking English over there. But by learning our cultural mannerisms, by learning how to articulate better, they can be more empowered to make more money for their families. Because everybody that was in there, they weren't murderers, they weren't killers. They were just trying to make some dope, you know? And so it went well, and I became the head of a cell block. So I got in there, and I went to the feds February 2019. By July 2019, I was the head of a cell block. I was in the library by June 2019, and by March 2022, a little bit after my birthday, I found out that I was getting moved to a super maximum security facility. So when I was the head of a cell. Huh?
How does that happen? So you chilling, you hit a set block, but you're not really you trying to do your time. You chilling.
I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? So I went from there to there on purpose so that I can let you know what I'm gonna speak about. My homeboy was a guy named Zayed. He is from Morocco, and he was the head of the cell block. He ended up getting pardoned, and he left. So I learned a lot of leadership skills for running one of the cell blocks from him. By the time I was in charge of a cell block, I was responsible for 300 men from more than 25 different countries. So needless to say, there was big communication barriers, especially when one of my main translators left. And I had to create like my own government where I had representatives that could speak to multiple countries at a time. Everything was running smooth because we didn't have gangs in there. You might see gangs or you might hear about gangs in prisons around here in America, right? That you may know some people that had some some affiliations, but there everyone is expat. The country is 92% expat, so only 8% of the population are actual citizens. Because of that, you have people from all over the world that are there, and it makes communication difficult. I created a Congress, things were moving smooth, and then one day a police officer disrespects me. And this was at the beginning of my tenure as a foreman. That was the title. I was a foreman of a cell block. And I told the dude, I was like, yo, you don't know who you're talking to. He was like, dal, dal. Dal means come. So I go outside or whatever, and he puts me in the yard. He was like, he said, Ijalis. That means sit. I told him, I'm not a dog. I'm not going to sit. Like, what do you want? And he's speaking to me in Arabic. I didn't know that much Arabic yet. And I just started like disrespecting him in English. I'm like, you don't understand me. I don't understand you. We're just going to be talking back and forth. And yeah, it is what it is. So now his boys come over and they're like ready for some action. And I hear one of them say, oh, that's the American. You can't touch him. Right. Because a lot of embassies, they don't get to see you. I was waiting for somebody to touch me. I was looking to get touched because if you touch me, I might be up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, call in human rights. I need out.
Call NASA. Call everybody. Yeah, call everybody we a fucking ally with.
Because look, I know I told you I spoke to God and I was like, let me leave when I'm ready. But I was always ready. That's all I'm saying. I was trying to find my own way out as well.
He's about to be the first one released by NATO.
So
let a nigga hit him.
Word. And the dude pulled out his baton like he was going to do something. I was like, do it. I wish you would. I was like, yo, y'all crazy. I don't even know who I am. I'm in your country and you can't even go where I go. You can't sit where I sit. I mean, you only see me. You see me in these blue clothes. I ain't got no haircut. I'm looking crazy because I'm in here. You think I'm an animal, but you're not like me. Most of them don't understand me. One of them grabs me and he pulls me to the side. He was like, "Oh, why do you speak like this? Who are you? You have no respect." I was like, "Yo, he was disrespectful to me. You don't know me." He was like, "Who are you?" I told him to check my Instagram. So he went and checked my Instagram. The CEOs there, they're in their 20s. They were like young kids. And I was 30. I had just turned so it was my 37th birthday. 2019, it was my 37th birthday. So I had just turned 37 and he thought I was in like my 20s or something. And then when he came back, he saw that. He was like, "Oh, mashallah, your life. Wow. You know, this is what so he's into hip hop. He's into American culture. He speaks English. A lot of them, they didn't learn English from school. They learned it from streaming.
Music, movies.
They learned it from music. They learned it from video games, right? Like, so when you're playing people from different countries or whatever, like they're listening to how you speak and they're emulating your mannerisms over there. Like you would be surprised when you like every country has a duplicate famous person. Like there's a duplicate Chris Brown. I know y'all seen the duplicate 50 Senses and stuff like that because like that's how much they admire us. So when you got a presence online, right, and they see that you that dude, so automatically he's like, "Do you need anything?" I'm like, "Yeah, I need a lighter." He's like, "Just a lighter?" I was like, "Yeah, give me a few." He came through. He gave me a whole pack of lighters. They don't sell them there. That's something that he had to smuggle in, but that was a status symbol. If you got a lighter, like you got power in there. Everybody's smoking. They stressed out. Everybody got life sentences. Of course they're stressed out. All right. And only the foreman is allowed to have a lighter. Now I got a bunch. So there's 20 rooms in each cell block. So now I'm giving Cass lighter for this room, lighter for this room. Don't come bother me. Right. Then he's like, "Yo, man, I want to start a company, this and that." So he started pulling me out of the cell block in order for help. So he would take me to the library during off hours. And then during that time, I was able to upload music to like people's MP3s. And then he was like, "Do you need anything from outside?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like what? I was like, "Well, I got a PSP. I got an MP4. I got 3 JBL speakers. I got my watch. I need my jewelry." Yo, son, I had all of that, son. I had speakers. I was the CEOs, well, a couple of CEOs, they was in my pocket, son.
Gloss through that. That's wild, my nigga. Like you gotta hear how niggas is talking about it on Instagram. I hear it.
My man was bringing me tiger prawns. I had tiger prawns a few times. I was getting cheeseburgers from outside. He's bringing me anytime he was on shift. I was lit, son. And then you know who you are, and I know you on Instagram. You're gonna see this highlight. I still speak to him to this day, son. He's like my little brother. Real talk, son. Super valid. And he started bringing in memory cards. So he was into American music as well. But one of my mans that got out that I spent a lot of time talking to, he was always creating playlists for me. And then he would send it to somebody so that they could download everything, put it on a memory card. One of my shorties that was outside, they would give it to the CEO and then he would bring it to me. And what really, I feel like what really sent him over the top, it was his birthday coming up. I was like, how old you turning? He's like, I'm turning 24. I was like, turning 20. I was like, damn, son, you a baby. You know, he got facial hair and stuff. Like, I was like, yo, I got you. He was like, what you mean? I was like, don't worry. So I called them one time. I called the person who I could call outside, had them call him, and I told them where to go. So I set up a table for him. I got him a yacht, some shorties, because they were my homegirls. I had a lot of girls that used to be around me because I was always outside. So I was like, yo, this is the dude that looks out for me in here. So of course they were showing him love. Son, he was like, he came back. He was like, I never had that experience in my life. You know, like he's from there. He's never been on the yachts like that out there. He's never had a whole bunch. He's never caught the vibe. So now he's just like, yeah, next thing I know, I'm getting Henny once a month. That was my man,
Yo, nigga, your story time. First of all, you're vivid as fuck. The nigga see the story. I'm getting the comments. They like, nigga, I'm trying to tell you what it is, bro.
Yo,
your brother. I didn't know none of this shit.
A lot of, yo, son. Some
I ain't know none of this shit, bro. I'm on your Instagram, bro. I'm following you. I'm like, oh, my nigga over here, he over there. I saw you with the Dubai outfit. I remember that. Like, was out there. I'm like, nigga, yeah, nigga, kick their ass. Nigga, I ain't see you for a little bit, which explains this. So I'm like, oh, shit, nigga, and you saying this, bro. How the fuck get out of there? What happens to get out of there? What does that look like?
I built relationships in there, and I was trying to get on a pardon list. It wasn't happening. I was seeing everybody go. And because of all the contraband that snitches were saying that I had, they kept coming to check my room, never found anything. And next thing I know, I'm on a list to go to a prison transfer. But by this time, I'm like, you know, I don't even care about staying here and being comfortable. Send me to the new prison. It's a Supermax. I don't care. It was horrible. Like, one day in that Supermax was like 100 over in the I guess it was a medium security. And there was
bro, is the same shit, 23-1 type Supermax type shit?
Just like all the doors are locked. So it was still open pod, but there's 24 cameras. You can't move. It's just like there's no chance of escape, dog. Like you can't escape.
It feels like and nothing is not unattended to.
Yeah. The other spot, oh, I had plans. I could get out of there. Like I knew exactly how. Like, bro, I had it worked out. I just didn't. It was that fear, like, yo, what happens when I get to Iran? Because that was the escape route that I had. Like I would have to go through Iran, get to Pakistan, and from Pakistan I could probably work things out. Like, and I'm dead serious, man. When you got hit with a life sentence, because y'all didn't know, I got hit with a life sentence. So after a year of being there, I got hit with a life sentence. Then I went to appeal. They reconfirmed the life sentence. Then when my Supreme Court date came up, they never even called me. They was like, yeah, just let them sit there. Keep that. Hold that.
So hold up. You can't just skip through that, bro. We're going to go through the Iran and this. First of all, they give you the life sentence. You like, boom. You heard from homeboy. He's like, yo, son, everybody got life sentences. You going to beat this. You American. You got the clout. You got the plugs. You go back to court. They say, nah, bro, confirmed, life sentence. What the fuck is going through your head at that point? You like, I'm never getting out of here.
God's not ready for me to go yet. I ain't learned what I needed to learn. I thought I did. I thought that, you know. all the praying, all the good that I was doing was enough. But the thing is, I was still trying. I was still trying to get out,
Message.
moving in my purpose, And when I got moved to the Supermax, they made me the head of the cell block. Not the men, but these new officers that didn't know me. They saw a whole bunch of men out of 100 guys. They were like, you, ente foreman. You're in charge. You're the foreman. I was just like, all right, I was tired. It's not like they paid me. They gave me extra shit, but I just gave it to other people because I had what I needed. But I got comfortable there. I got used to it. I said, you know what? This is my life. So I need to accept it. The things that are outside that I cannot control, I have to be able to let them go. I can feel bad about them, but what good are my feelings in this current situation? Hurt feelings, hard feelings are not going to benefit me. They're not going to allow me to elevate. But these men, they need me. They need structure. They need a leader. So I had to be that. And I always fought for them. The head of prisoner affairs happened to be a very good English speaker. He was educated in London for college. He actually went to school for engineering. And they often take jobs in the police force because of the benefits and how their country works. So he and I became close. He was only like a year older than me. And he realized that I was different. And when the embassy would come, he saw something in me to a point where he started fighting against his peers. So he would fight against the head of the security and the warden to be able to recognize us as the humans that we were. You see, a lot of people got things misconstrued. They see that blue suit on you, or they think drugs, or they think something negative to their society, and that makes you the worst person that they've ever seen. But we're still people, and everybody has it. Yeah, we're more than a title. We are much more than a title.
Nigga, fuck what y'all think, man. We this.
So
they first of all, I want to say, nigga, who would have thought that story? I'm keeping it real. This is what it's about, bro. Look at your story and look what you're saying right now, bro. That's it. You're in less than 1%. Nobody's lived that. You shitting me? You shitting me, bro? Like, that's crazy.
I started a mental health group in the prison because I realized that there were many people that were subjecting themselves to something they call nafsia, which is psychiatric medication. Like when you got a life sentence, you just want this thing to fly by. So you want to sleep. Serquil, Remeron, or Romaron, I don't know how to pronounce it. Guys would just line up. They would say that they're depressed or they're having these suicidal thoughts just so that they can get it and sleep or sell it, right? But I said it was time to, be more functional about it. You're stressed out. There's so many times you heard people crying because they got that phone call, right? Person reached on the other line and they heard that they lost a loved one, whether it was their child, their wife, their mother, their father. That was like the biggest fear the whole time. Nothing scared me more than hearing bad news on the other side. But all I did was take care of the people that were around me. And one day, I was complaining for like 2 months and I didn't hear anything from any of the senior officers. They're supposed to respond to my requests. And all three of them came, the warden, the head of prisoner affairs, and the head of security, and they're never together. They don't even like each other like that. But they all outside my cell block and they smiling. I had good relationships with all three of them. And they were like, how are you? I'm like, I'm not good, man. I'm putting a lot of requests. I've put in reports because I do daily reports and y'all not responding to anything I need. Like my cell block has no problems. Everyone is good, and we appreciate what y'all have done, but we still don't have 24-hour medical attention. We still have certain officers that are coming here. They're being out of line. Like I had to literally get an officer off of one of the inmates because he was putting hands on him. And I'm like, yo, just because he's from another country doesn't mean. They were like, shh, don't worry about that. I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about that? See, mind you, this is my life now. I'm embedded there. They're like,
you're fully into it. It's a wrap.
Yeah. They're like, don't worry about it anymore. We're gonna miss you. I was like, what, you changing my cell block? What you mean? They're like, we just see how you always put the men before you, how you always, take leadership roles, and We know what you did at the last prison as well. So the three of us wrote a letter on your behalf, and it was accepted by the president of the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and it was also accepted through his royal court, the Princess Court D1, and you're going home.
Ooh, that moment.
You know, it's crazy. I had just had a conversation with my homeboy the day before, and he was like, "Yo, when you think you're going home?" I'm like, I used to think I was going home the next day, every day, but now I'd say maybe like another 5 to 10. I was ready. Like, I knew that I would sit at least 10 more years before I completely lost it. You know?
Bro.
Yeah. And but it was from saying this one phrase, I accept, right? When you're in a situation, you have to be you. You are energy. You are yourself. You can only be yourself, and you can do that well. Be you wherever you need to be you. Know your value wherever you are. And if you don't have value, make yourself valuable. Figure out what it is. And there's certain questions that I ask in order for you to figure out, and we'll get there at the end of this. But they told me on March 22nd, 2023, they gave me this information. By April 6th, I was on a plane back to the US, and I landed April 7th, Good Friday. So, yo, today's April 7th. Yo!
Crazy.
I've been home 3 years. Today is 3 years. Yo, son, I just got
What are the
goosebumps.
odds of that? What are the odds of that?
Yo, son.
As you said it, I'm like, oh my God. Today, what's the odds of me and you talking today? What's the odds of having this conversation today, bro? We could have it tomorrow when it hit this thing.
Yo, my nigga. I can't make this shit up, my nigga.
Yo, my nigga. You got a shot, man. Let me take a shot, bro. You home, bro. Take a shot with me. Take a shot with me, bro.
Absolutely.
Take a shot with me, bro. Please. Everybody that's listening, you hear my brother's story. I never heard this. I'm telling you, I never heard this. Hit my dog up. First of all, we've been talking since 2026. We fuck with each other, support each other, bro. I see my dog grinding on TikTok. I see him grinding across platform. My nigga, I just need my brother here. Yo, bro, come through, man. Because I see what it is. Maybe we supposed to talk about podcasting.
Mm-hmm.
Real shit. I'm telling the people, we supposed to talk about podcast. Nigga, I didn't know this. And this is the real shit. And this is what I'm so grateful, bro, that you're being vulnerable and having this conversation. I'm fucking honored, bro. I'm telling you, honored. Appreciate to be on April 7th, bro, for you to be home, to be with your family, to be with your loved ones. I saw what it was off camera. You feel me? I saw what it was off camera, bro. Look what you doing. Come on, bro. You shit me? You kidding me, man? You shit me? You kidding me? Crazy.
Pretty mix. Salute.
Come on.
We taking this? You took your shot already? Cheers, man. Yo,
took a little growth. To growth, man. To the men we've become.
That part. And to those that will still be coming.
And still be coming, man. That's it, man. But for those that still be coming, are you willing to go through that? Because all of our journey is different. Your shit may be equal or greater or less. It doesn't matter. Are you willing to go through it? Because what I say in the hood, bro, I have this saying. It's not the talent in the hood. It's the fucking process where we fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to go through the process, bro? You said you accepted it. That was the key to me. You said, you know what? I accepted, and you was comfortable. And the fact that you accepted it and you fully accepted it with your whole being, God lifted and was like, yo, you know what? This ain't for you, bro.
Yeah. It's funny. Like, being in those spaces, you get closer to God because there's a lot less distractions.
Come on.
There was no social media. There was no phones at will. You didn't get to watch TV whenever you wanted to. You didn't get to eat whatever you wanted. And because you had so many limited resources, you became a lot more resourceful. Like the types of things that we made out of things, like I became a genius in prison. It's a whole other education that I couldn't get anywhere else, especially one in a foreign one. And I ended up making a resume because when I first came home, my thing was, go back to marketing, go back to sales, go back to e-commerce, go with what you know. And I got a 5-year gap on my resume. I sat for 5 years, y'all. I couldn't figure it out. Nobody was hiring me. I ended up taking a job that my friend's mom gave me. Shout out Cheryl McDonald. It was for a nonprofit called Services for the Underserved, and I was working with the mentally and developmentally disabled community. And this is what really opened my eyes to mental health, specifically the spectrum of mental health that exists amongst mankind. Everybody is one moment away from breaking. It's just that everyone's catalyst or limit is different. But when you see a person that has behaviors because they don't have all their faculties about them, they're not less than. They're a person just like you. They communicate, they have feelings, they have thoughts. They may be actually geniuses. They just don't have the ability that you do. And because from that frustration, they act out, right?
Facts.
Or they stem. In prison, I used to see men go through the same thing. And it's not that they were on the spectrum necessarily, but technically they are. It just took a lot more pressure to get them to stem, right? To get them to do things like, hurting themselves or wanting to get attention. And there were a lot of guys that unalived themselves, which is exactly why I started the mental health group that I did in the prison. So now actually working in it, it opened my eyes and it made me more vulnerable. The reason why work wasn't working for me, the work that I wanted, is because it wasn't the work I was supposed to have. I asked God to prepare me, show me what I'm supposed to know. And all I did my entire time there was help people. Any sales job I had, I was tired of it. Not because I didn't like the art of communication and closing a deal, but because I never wanted to sell what I was selling. I didn't like it.
Message.
I didn't want to sell semantic search technology.
That's the key.
I remember, right?
That's the message right there. You have to sell what you believe in. Doesn't matter what you're selling. You have to sell it and believe it. Those are the ones that are top sellers, bro. That's the key to sales. We didn't believe in that shit, but guess what? We had to eat. So if I got to eat, I believe. I believe I can.
And that's the thing, right? When you use your gifts to do something wrong for your good, it feels good temporarily. But when you're a person that's conscious, that's self-aware, it don't feel good. I remember 2012, I was talking to this woman on the phone and she had her little business. She just opened her website or whatever. And she was like, you think this could really, help me? And I'm like, yeah, like it's literally going to scrape the internet. It's going to see the words that are associated with you and it's going to send them right to you. Before you know it, boom, you're going to be closing deals. And I closed that deal and she lost her business. And I was so good at building a rapport that people want to keep relationships with me and connections with me. That's part of getting the sale. But then how about after the sale, right? So I knew I just didn't want to do that anymore.
Look, let me stop you right there. I hate to stop you right there. No, I don't want to interject, bro. But I'm gonna give you some real shit, right? That's happened to me. You know what I did, bro? I had a dude. First of all, you remember the guys that were at the top. You remember those?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say the guys.
Yeah.
You remember the guys that was at the top, right? You know what I did? I looked at what they was doing. They were going after specific niche audience. They were going after affiliate marketers that were looking for a specific CPA and all that shit. You know what I said? I'm gonna find one. You know what? I found one. A motherfucker that was doing $100,000 a month. The same motherfuckers that was doing $100,000 a month with me because they trusted me and they weren't getting conversions. Guess what? I'm also talking to a Solomon Troy who owns 16 handles. And you know what? I took that for what it's worth. I called him. He said, you know what? You're selling me all wrong. He said, you're selling me all wrong. I tell the story all the time. I don't want to go in deep. He said, you're selling me all wrong. If I was you, I would have looked at my business like this. I would have looked at what I was doing online. What is my omni-channel presence? All these big words. I'm like, huh? Don't think I didn't fucking look it up and figure out what it was? And guess what? By the end of the conversation, I said, you know what? I'm not going to say you today, but I'm going to keep your number. And wherever I go, I'm going to call you just to check in. He became my mentor, bro.
That's dope.
He became my mentor. He passed away 2 years ago. God rest his soul. You know what? I'm the one. He asked me on the deck. The first conversation we had, and you know, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky with you. It was an Asian kid that I was working with when I started the podcast, bro. I was like, yo, look, he's Asian, you're Asian, because I'm looking like our community, your community. Yo, go ask him to be your mentor. He was too afraid to ask. And I felt it was so dope. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask. And I asked this man, you know what he said? He said, I would love to. First conversation he had, he said, come with a business idea, come with a business plan. Make sure you motherfucking make my time useful. He said, what do you want to do? How do we fucking figure this out? And what do you see from this relationship? I said, bro, I just want to be at a barbecue with you with our kids playing together. Because that's all I couldn't figure anything else out. You taking time to spend time with me. I have kids. You have kids. You have a bigger business than I have, and you're willing to give me time and fuck with me and pour into my life. What the fuck else you want me to say to you? But I want our kids to play together. And you know what, bro? Me and his wife are like this.
That's dope. She
just hit me like, I'm proud of you, bro. I know bro's proud of you. You know why? That's real shit. So that's the fluctuation of sales. And what I want to tell
people, like I know who you're talking about because you used to post pictures of him. This is before I moved to Dubai.
I'll tell you right now, it was Solomon Choi of 16 Handles. That's my brother. I love him. To this day. You shitting me? I was getting a Harvard Business Review once a month. He said, give me an hour. I became his therapist. He became mine. It wasn't about business no more. It was about us being grown-ass men that want to see each other win, and our kids play with each other, because that's what the fuck I opened it with. He said, what do you want? I said, I want our kids playing with each other. And us being family and being at a barbecue and saying, look how fucking far we came.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
That's the goal.
See,
come on, bro. That's real shit.
I'm gonna go on a tangent real quick, but it's really important. Like, the reason why you're able to say this is because you're in that space. For anybody that's listening that can't really relate, get out of your mind. Know that this is the purpose. Growth is always the purpose, but moving in purpose is the purpose, right?
Message.
Moving in purpose. What? That's a mother. You get another one. You get another one. The fuck are you talking?
Moving in purpose is the purpose. Somebody asked me one time, what's life's purpose? The answer is in the question. Life's purpose is to live in purpose, and I'm gonna take you to an exercise that I do.
Let's do it.
So since I've been out, right, it's been a hard 3 years. I just make it look easy. But I wrote a book which hasn't been published yet, but I told a lot of the story, or some of it. There's a whole lot more, son. There's a whole lot more. I published another book though on TikTok. It's called The Purpose Driven Live Host, because I started going live, and I think that's what we were going to talk about too. Just the whole podcast space, getting into digital media and how it works, what it takes, and how do you maintain your authenticity. I didn't know that I was going to be doing this. I came home. I always had the idea that I was going to write a book because I wrote 1,600 pages.
This is what we celebrate here. This is in real time, y'all. Instagram. Shout out to y'all, man. My boy Dante's in the building. A lot of y'all in the building. Shout out
Oh,
to everybody.
Dante Booker.
No, not that's
Oh,
D.
oh,
D Money is real. I get in touch with D Money. That's my dog. You see this D Money? I love you,
oh.
D Money, bro. Oh my God, that's my dog. But Dante Simpson, he's a brother I got to introduce you to. I got you. But what's that? Talk to me.
So I wrote these inside prison. These are all my journals. But during this time, I was telling my story. You see, whether you believe in God, the universe, energy, quantum mechanics, right? Whatever it is that you decide, right? Choice is choice. And I always wanted to write a book. And I used to want to write a book, but my boy was like, what would you write about? And I'm like, man, I've been through some shit. You know, I write about this thing and that thing. He's like, yeah, but everybody did that. Like, people don't want to know about your problems. They want to know how you overcame them. Right?
Solutions all day.
Absolutely. I was like, that's cool. But people also want a good story. Excuse me. So I never had the time to write a book. I never felt like I had the story. But I always, it was always, I want to write because I'm a writer. Guess what? I found the time and the story. Do you think that's by coincidence?
It's by purpose.
It's by purpose. And then by continuing on that path, like, how do you just decide one day you're going to move to the other side of the world at age 33 and you never had your passport before? Not since you were a little kid. It's not heard of.
Brothers 33, they never left the block. They ain't go to fucking Wood Avenue. I promise you.
I was 33 years old, moved to Dubai, $80 in my pocket, and a shorty out there, and I made it work, And I did some things, but I made it work. Purpose. God gave me an opportunity to do what it is that I was destined to do. I went there. I learned about people from different countries. I learned a different language. I learned how to manage a large group of people in high stress situations and how to maintain my cool. I learned how to be humble. You know why? Because when you're on the other side of that phone and somebody's talking to you loud and crazy, you got to eat that. Because what's worse, getting yelled at or not being able to hear that person's voice?
Message.
So for those of you, I know everybody struggles in relationships, right? Try to take emotions out of the words that you're receiving from someone and receive the message, because that's what's most important. Sometimes people get caught up in a tone or a mannerism, but when a person is expressing themselves to you in a passionate way, it's because they're feeling something, whether it's hurt, whether it's anger. So respect their feelings, but still get the message. That's what that taught me. That made me light years ahead of where I used to be. That made me operate in a different space. So now I'm out here and I said, you know what? I wrote this book, but my experience is not enough. I learned a lot. What am I going to do with it? Because if I just write a book and make a movie, it's like, all right, then what? I did something, got in trouble, I'm going to glorify it? Nah. I found my purpose in there. And I'm going to continue to move in it. I tried to go back to my old ways, which weren't bad ways, just not the way that were designed for me. And now, what am I doing? I'm the Director of Operations and Strategic Partnerships for George L. Coleman House of Hope for Girls. It is a nonprofit that helps not just girls, but young boys in the Philadelphia area. And they've been around for 15 years, worked in multiple programs, had multiple donors, but never have they secured a federal grant. I came in there and I did that. And I'm going to continue to do that. I currently mentor kids on Sunday. I already go speak to kids on Monday as well. And there have been a lot of challenges that have gotten me there in the face of adversity, right? When you can't, by not finding jobs because of the challenges that I face, I end up creating a resume which speaks my truth. Because a lot of us, when we go through tough times, we try to hide our truth.
Absolutely.
But Man, I like when I was inside, I told you that I learned accountability. It wasn't just about saying it's my fault. It's also about addressing all the things and the people that I hurt. To see what other people saw and then say, hey, I don't like this. I'm going to fix this because this is not who I am. Or you know what? This slowed me down, but I'm ready to speed up. So I need to be able to cut that off about me. And then you say all these things, and then you take that paper, you throw it away, and now it's not with you. But the real test is when you come outside. Am I really that person I said I am? Everybody wants to know if I change. My kid's mother, my mother, my friends. Everybody wants you to be the same person, but what are you gonna do?
Message.
Yeah, let me talk to you, bro, as your brother. Let me talk to you as your brother. Everything you're saying is absolutely correct. You know what? The time when bro, first of all, for those listening, we met at our early point. We are two brothers from the mud trying to figure it out.
That part.
Straight up. We are two brothers from the mud trying to figure out. It wasn't no crab in the barrel mentality. It wasn't no nothing. Nigga. If I found something, he found something. He found something, I found something. And we was getting money. That was it. It was no fuck shit. And we were young, 22, 23 at that. I'm telling you right now, 38. I'm about to be 38 years old in June. It's 15 years ago. But what I do want to tell you, bro, is alignment. The fact that I reached out to you, bro, and I didn't speak to you in fucking 10 years, and it's the day that you came home, it's the anniversary, and I asked you to be on the fucking pod.
That part. Yo, that's crazy to me.
It is, yo, bro, we talking about alignment. What are the odds? We've been talking for months. I'm telling the people, and I'm giving the emotion. I'm telling the people the emotion because I'm so proud of you, bro. I'm telling you that because I'm proud of you. And matter of fact, I'm proud of us.
That part. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of us, nigga. I'm telling you as your brother. It wasn't about no paper. It wasn't about nothing. It's like I see you grinding. I didn't know that. Motherfucker be like, yo, see clout bow, boom. Because what I started it with is relationships and clout chasing them, bro. You gave me an interview that I couldn't ask for. I wasn't asking for this. I was asking for the real. I was asking for you to be you, and this is you, bro. So I appreciate that shit. But what I do want to say is that look at the man. When you get into a fucking level and you find your purpose, you shed skin. The old you shed the old habits. You showed everything that you was going through, bro. Your path and your journey was completely different from mine. But I feel like I've been through the same thing without the motherfucking prison. But I was in a corporate prison. It was the same shit. Same shit, different smell. It's just you, bro. For you to persevere through that, go through that. I'm telling you, bro. Same thing I was with you. Why me and you connected? Because I saw me and you. Pause. And I was like, yo, son, that's my dog. He's from the block. He's from the same shit. We don't know what the fuck is going on, but we good on this phone. We nasty with it. Super that nigga. We can talk to anybody, be in any room and talk to anybody, make anybody feel comfortable. And
we can move and shake with the best of them, son.
And what I said, Clarence Avon, I started it with this, not knowing you was gonna say all that shit. That's
show you how to move in a room full of vultures.
What you gonna do, bro? Are you gonna get it or you not? So for the people out there, this is the message today. Are you gonna get it or you not? Look what he's went through. Look what I've went through. Look what the stories we tell you every fucking week, 2 times a week. Talk to him, broski. Please tell him like
when I was inside. When I was inside, I remember saying, God, I would trade all of the problems outside to get out of the problem that I find myself in now.
Message.
Because this is a problem that only the universe can fix through you, right? The energy that moves, whether I command it and you listen and follow, or you decide it's at a later time. But I threw money at it. I threw effort. I threw all of that. But there's a saying that goes, God helps those who help themselves, right? And that means that prayer without works is dead.
Dead. Come on, talk about it.
Right? So while you're praying to leave, do the good work that you're supposed to do. And in due time, when it's the right time, you'll find that it's the right time. So God said, all right, be careful what you ask for. He got me out. He got me out. And guess what? There was a lot of problems. 5 years, 3 kids, right? Different mothers. My oldest son, he's 20 years old right now. Shout out to Thasman. I love you if you're watching. You probably are, because he goes to St. John's University. He's an RA and he's amazing. I raised him most of his life. He was when I was talking about how I was on campus at Temple, he was the little boy that was with me on campus. And sorry, I gotta catch myself.
Bro, it's just we having a real conversation, bro. This is real shit, bro. I love it.
Before I moved to Dubai, he went to go live with his mom. And everything was supposed to be all good. I had raised him so long, it is what it is. You ain't give me nothing. Now hold him down. Like, I'm gonna do what I gotta do, whatever. Let me know, whatever. She files for child support while I was overseas. I didn't know I was on child support. I came home, $90,000. $90,000. Most people would cripple in the face of that, right? Yeah, exactly. That part. But God already showed me I'm unstoppable. I got out of a life sentence in a foreign country. Right? I already did that. I went through the toughest thing. This ain't nothing but patience and paperwork. Patience and paperwork. Because guess what? I don't owe her that. If I did, I would pay it, but I don't owe her that. And guess what? I represented myself in court. And guess what? I refused to pay a penny until the number became right. And guess what? 2 weeks ago, the number became right. My man.
Well, I'm on point. Fastest gun on this side of the Mississippi.
You quick with it.
Or clip, nigga, that was real. Nigga, that's one thing. That scared me. Those 2 words scared me. Child support. I ain't gonna hold you. I got my 17-year-old here, my 8-year-old here. I never been on child support. That shit scared me.
Bro, it's diabolical, especially when there are little tricks done in order to get you on it. I'm a person that, let's talk about children. What's most important is the well-being of the child, right? Regardless, whatever you feel about the other parent, the child's well-being comes first and foremost, which is why the court operates in the way that it does, aside from other structural things. Every child needs money to sustain, but more than that, every child needs guidance and love from both sides. And what you'll find is that when some parents are displeased, they'll make it more difficult for the other parent to see the child or to be appreciated by the child. That's what's really important. Seeing me ain't enough. I need you to appreciate my presence, to enjoy me, not just when I'm with you, right, or when you're with me, but when I'm with my child. So because of that, I found myself in situations. Once again, I hold myself accountable. But I prayed to God, let me out. I'm gonna work everything out. Patience and paperwork. Some of you might be going through challenges and feelings, right? Another P word that I learned, or the main P word, is patience. Everything takes time. So just because you're ready to make things right doesn't mean that they become right overnight. It takes time. So with my oldest son, when I first came back, it was like we were estranged. He had been through things, and I wasn't there for it. and now we're getting to rebuild and re-know one another. And because of things that were said in anger, we were like displaced. But I'm telling him I love you any chance that I get. I'm spending time with him whenever he's willing until he wants to, right? And then after that, it gets better, right? Now, this is also a child who I raised myself, right? But the same way that I can't just expect you to understand me is the same way I can't just expect to understand you. So I don't know what life he's had. You don't know what your child's been through. For those of you that have children, don't impose your automatic feelings or opinions on them, because they're people just like us, and they're growing in a different age. They're growing in a social media age where things are moving a lot faster. Things are harder, more expensive, and the pressures are crazy. Things aren't happening outside, they're happening inside of the phones. But patience, now we're in a great space, you know. That experience taught me patience. God gave me my purpose. I found my purpose in there, and I'm moving in my purpose.
Message.
I wrote a book called The Purpose Driven Life Host. Huh?
Can I give you some real shit just to piggyback on what you said, bro?
Absolutely.
Hey man, come here. This is my 17-year-old.
Peace, King.
Word.
What's the word? He like, what's the word? He coming in smooth, cool. What's the word?
What's power?
You know what we talking about? You know what?
What's that?
This is my baby boy. My baby boy. Guess what? When he was born, I was in BBQ smelling like ribs. I was out there. He's the one where I said when I went into VSW, I said I'm gonna be the top fucking seller. And it's because of him. I went in there looking stupid. I went in there fucking cracked their ass because of him. But you know what? There's a lot of shit that we go through, bro. I go through everything for him. And you know what we did, bro? Like, it's times that we've had tough understandings. Am I bugging? Am I bugging, man? We've had real shit you go through different stages as parents. I went from I'm daddy, I'm that daddy little boy, that's dad, so that's fucking dad. That's sergeant. That's fucking that's the cop. I said, am I being real, bro?
That's 100. It's super valid.
As gangster as it gets. And you know what? I had to understand. My son has feelings. I have feelings. We have to have real conversations. Real conversations. This shit that hurts me to this day, that hurts him to this day, and then we gotta get to the bottom of the shit. Do we not have real conversations about that shit? Every day. How are you feeling, yo? Yo, so I'm still mad at the dial. Did you know this? Yo, imagine if you was me. How would you feel? It might happen to you. I need you to know what's going on. And these are the conversations that we had. And so when I say that, bro, like that's just real shit. I appreciate that. I had to bring my big son. I've never brought him on a show. I'm doing it for you.
Appreciate that.
I've never done it. I've never showed my oldest son on the show. And I want to say for you, man, this is everything we talk about. As far as parents, as far as fathers, as far as everything we got to go through. I love you, man. But it's gonna be things that you're gonna go through that you're not gonna foresee, that you gotta be about it.
Yeah, I feel what
you gotta be about it. It's gonna be things that happen. I had to stand 10 toes on this shit. He had to stand 10. He had a life sentence in Dubai. Came home and got to it. Didn't have his kids out there, didn't have none of that shit. But guess what? You know what? He's smiling, chilling, boom, boom. You know what? That is the life for us as Black kings when you follow your purpose. You got to go through it. You got to go through it to understand it. If you ain't going to understand unless you go through it. But you got to fucking make the path. And you got to walk through it and know that you got support. You know what I'm saying? So I say that to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like I went through, nigga, my youngest in here, he missed his birth. I'm telling you, I never shared this. I'm telling you, missed his birth. Things I could never get back, bro. But guess what?
Mhm.
We are family. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. At the end of the day, it's my son. I love what he's doing. I'm proud of him. And guess what? I gotta show him by example.
Absolutely.
Show him by example. You know what? You want to do something? We had a conversation last night. Yo, you know what you're gonna do? And we're gonna say it. And yo, you know what? I'm gonna be right here every night fucking podding. Because this is what I believe for you. How are you gonna help build the brand? How are you gonna help scale this shit? What are you thinking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is us.
Mm-hmm.
We at McDonald's. We got a Big Mac, but we ain't selling this shit for $2.99 yet. We selling it for $30. We got to mass produce it.
You know,
Yo, this is the real shit.
I told my son, I remember, so when I first came back in 2023, this is how timing works, right? When I came back in 2023, my son was 17. Okay. When I came back in 2023, my son was 17 and he was a senior in high school. And we barely spoke. We didn't really speak when I was in prison because I didn't want to speak to anyone.
It's difficult. Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, so, you know, after high school, what you doing? He said, I don't know, I'm gonna get a job. I was like, nah, you going to college. He's like, college is a waste, it's too expensive. I was like, who told you it's too expensive? What's too expensive? He's like, where are we gonna get the money from?
Who said we ain't got
it? Yeah, like you don't know what I got. Like you don't have a job, you don't have no money, you don't have any resources. Let me show you how it's done. All right, let me show you how it works. That's why I'm here. All right, he's like, yo, when I tell you, he was so reluctant. He didn't, even when it came down to writing. So I convinced him to apply, right? Then I'm like, all right, let me help you with your essay. He didn't want my help with anything. I'm like, I'm a writer. He's like, no. Then he gets accepted to a college, right? And he gets accepted. He has a partial scholarship. And he's like, you know, he didn't even know he got accepted. The paperwork came and he didn't open it. So I'm stopping by my mother's place because at this time he's living at my mom's. I just came home. I wasn't living there. And I went inside of the envelope and I saw that they needed a place to hold his spot for early admissions. Without him knowing, I went and I paid it. And I said, I'll have the conversation with him later. Excuse me. I paid it. And then I spoke to him about college. And I said, you know, you're a smart kid. You're going to do well, regardless what you choose. But I want you to make sure that you have the opportunity to go and meet people other than those that you know. Your high school friends, they're all right. But your college friends, they're going to be different. All right? High school friends, unless you went to a specialized high school or you went to like a certain charter school, they're just the people in your neighborhood. You don't choose them, right? The system chooses them for you. They choose the zip codes, they choose the zoning, they put them there for you. College, mutual interest puts you there. Mutual background puts you there. Inspiration puts you there. So
energy
these are
puts you there. Everything.
Energy, everything. You know, these are people that will show you things that you haven't seen. I told you I teach girls on Monday for about 3 hours every Monday. And these are adjudicated youth. So they'll come in there with ankle monitors and stuff like that. And they're used to like old people talking to them. But now they got me and they know I understand. And one thing I tell them is, as long as you stay in the same pot, right? Like I got plants all over my crib. When a plant wants to grow or when it needs to grow, the roots need more space. So you needs a bigger pot, right? You need to go away from the block, away from what you know, and broaden your horizons. But guess what? When you put that plant in a new plot, guess what happens? You think it just grows right away? It don't. The leaves get tight. It feels uncomfortable. If there was some root rot, you might have had to like clean off the roots first before you put it in the new pot. And now it needs to get settled. So it don't look healthy. It looks hurt. It looks sick. But as long as you take care of it, you stay consistent, it will grow and it will flourish and it will be greater than it ever imagined that it could be. What that means is that pivoting, making a change, growing, it can be uncomfortable at first. Y'all remember the show Growing Pains? That's what that means.
With Alan Thicke on me, come on, man.
Exactly.
Come
you
on,
know, but
pause on the name.
When I was that young, but yo, when we were that age, I was like Growing Pains. Pause. I'm like, what the fuck
is that? Look at a wall. But that was the name of it. That shit was a hit. It was a hit. And it was real shit. Adolescence, bro.
So the point is that in order for you to grow, you have to change locations. You have to change spaces. And it's going to be uncomfortable, but then it'll get comfortable until you need to grow again. Right. So yeah, man. My son now, he's amazing. And I think about how my uncle used to talk to me. And he used to be like, man, you don't know anything. You're going to know stuff soon, but you haven't dealt with life yet. And I know exactly what he meant. I know exactly what that meant. I be calling him. Like, I'm probably going to call him after this and I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you.
You know what's crazy? My uncle for that, he passed away. He had the same birthday as me. Same birthday. What's your birthday, Jay? June 16th. Same day as Pac and Kendrick.
Okay. Gemini?
I'm a thug. I'm a motherfucking gangster. I'm a motherfucking family man. I'm everything wrapped into one. I'm more than a title. You can't put Pac in a title.
That part.
So I'm that. I embody that. I'm literally that. I can't fake it.
I'm a twin sign also, but a lot of people don't know I'm a twin sign.
What was the other twin sign? I don't know the other twin sign. I ain't gonna say it fake.
Pisces.
Pisces the twin sign?
People don't know that. That's why there's two fish.
Why wifey was like two fish. She looked at me crazy like two fish. Here next to me. Yeah. Chilling. Yeah.
And we're often misunderstood, but nonetheless,
aren't we all? That's the whole point. Aren't we all? That's the whole point. That's the whole point, bro. So I don't know if I told my son. So me and G, we used to work together.
No, you didn't.
We used to work together. We was in sales. We came from the bottom. When you was born, I said, you know what? I'm gonna figure some shit out. I met him in the sales process. Me and him were the top sales guys. I'm telling you.
That part closing this.
It is. There's no funny shit. There's no faking. It was just, yo, we linked up. It was no, yo, boom, you from that block, you from this block. It was like, yo, bro, you look like me. Let's go, boom, boom. Let's figure this shit out. And so the game we trying to give, he went through some shit. I went through some shit. And guess what? It both led us back to content because we have crazy ass stories to tell. But if we don't tell the stories, who the fuck is going to get it out? Who's going to tell that narrative? He went through a unique experience, just like I went through a unique experience, just like you do, just like his son does. Mm-hmm. Our story is important. Do that shit. Fucking go crazy. Tell the shit. Amplify it. Don't be like know that you more. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that you know that, but it's like emphasis, chin up, chest out every single day. He went through. I'm curious, bro. Talk to him. Can you tell him what's the hardest? I know you went through jail, doing like what was one moment you're like, motherfucker, I can't do it no more. And what's the mama I made it? Can you give him the contrast and the compare? What is the best moment you had and what's the worst? So he can hear it.
The best moment I had when I was locked up was finding out I was coming home. That was the best moment. The worst moment I had was finding out one of the people that I loved the most passed away. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't that it wasn't expected because they were old, but it was also because I wasn't able to be there. You don't realize how important things are until they're not available to you anymore. You don't know what you got until it's gone. So that's why you have to move in an attitude of gratitude. The way that I move now, when things happen or when I feel like I'm falling short of something, rather than say, man, I ain't got that, I just say, thank God, alhamdulillah. Like, I'm grateful. Because when you live in an attitude of gratitude, you always know that more is coming.
Message.
So yeah, the hardest part of going through that is that no control of the people that you're gonna lose. For everyone is different. You know, some people were attached to things. Some people were attached to money. Some people were attached to addictions. Um, but when life takes you away from your vices, you realize what really controls you. I used to think that women controlled me, but then I had no problem. Like I was one of those guys where I'm just like, oh man, because I always had shorties. So I was like, yeah, I gotta have a shorty. I gotta have a shorty, you know. And that was one of my challenges as a young man. I always had multiple women, and it's not a good thing. It's not a healthy thing. Like some people try to say, oh yeah, yeah, you know, it's so good, like you know. But I believe that there are a lot of things that we can do a lot of. What makes a man is his ability to control his own destiny, to will his existence. That's what makes you closer to God, discipline. So if I can get up every morning, if I can do what I have to do, if I can take care of my responsibilities, then that makes me disciplined. That makes me better. Now, having multiple women, it made me spend more money. It took me away from my goals. It created a lot of drama. It made me less of a person. It only felt good. So yeah, like going through that definitely taught me that it taught me what it is that truly mattered to me, and that was my family. Because the things that don't matter to you that much, they're real easy to let go of, you know. And you may not want to let go of it at first, but when it's taken away from you, you'd be like, you find something else to do. Some people think that they can't live without a phone. They think they can't live without a television. But when the CEO or the warden takes the TV away for like 6 months because there was a crazy riot in there, you realize how good of a writer you are, or how much time you have to exercise. So
Message.
the thing that mattered to me most was my family, but for everybody else, it was different, and that's what hurt the most too.
It's family over everything, bro. And I go on this little quick with that, bro. What made you want to come home and get to content creation? You're making bread. You're doing this, bro. You've been through everything. What made you be like, yo, bro, I gotta get this story out. I gotta do it. I'm doing this full force. It had to be something.
So I was on IG, right? And I was just going through things. I was trying to post stuff, but you know, I didn't know what I was gonna do. And I said, let me make a docu-series, because I wanted to do a movie, I wanted to do a series. And when I spoke to my friends and my agent, they were like, this is the way the industry works right now. So I ended up on Lil Duval's page. There was a guy from Canada who had gotten a life sentence for marijuana, and then I left a comment, and I gave a little brief spiel about what happened to me, and there were about 60 or 70 comments where people were like, story time, and I'm like, the fuck is a story time? So I asked my son, I'm like, yo, Thaz, what's a story time? He's like, it's a time when you tell a story, Dad. And I'm like, all right, don't be a dick. Like, what's a story time? And he told me about TikTok, because I didn't know about TikTok. Are you there? Or is it just frozen on my side? All right, I'm gonna just keep talking. The show must go on. Wait, hold on. This thing's not even. Okay, show must go on. Time's moving. So yeah, I did a story time. So he told me I had to do a story time on TikTok. So I create a TikTok account, and I don't know what I'm doing. I'll post some pictures, some videos. Nothing's happening. I had hired somebody as well. My homeboy, Chris, Shots by Chris from Philadelphia. Shout out to my boy, Chris. We got some footage. We went through interview questions, and I wanted to create this content, but I didn't know what I was doing. All of a sudden, I hit the live button. Well, not the actual live button, but there was a live option at the top of the phone screen, and I ended up in these rooms, and I'm swiping through, and then I end up in a room, and somebody's like, "Hey, jet lag," and I'm like, "Oh shit, y'all could see me?" Like, yo, what's going on? Like, yo, people in here. You know, it was a different experience for me. So when I saw that, I was like, all right, I didn't know what gifts were, but I saw people start making money. And one day my friend calls me. Her name is Misha. She's a content creator, a live host, and she monetizes. She makes a lot of money. And she was like, yo, bro, I know that you're doing a lot. She also came to visit me in Dubai. And she was just like, I think that this would be a great platform for you. I'm like, yo, I'm already on there. She's like, bet, this is what you need to do. So she taught me TikTok, but from a live host perspective. And it was a good thing and a bad thing. And I'll tell you why. A lot of live hosts, they're worried about monetizing through gifting. TikTok is its own universe, hence why they have a gift called the TikTok universe. So a lot of live hosts are focused on monetizing from gifting. But I always talk about moving in your purpose. I've been talking about it from the beginning of this podcast. So TikTok takes 50% of everything that you make on a live, right? 50% or more. So I said, that's a losing game, especially with the mentality that people have of building community and we all support each other. That's like, it's like group pimping. Hold on, what's happening? Are we connected? Am I still there? Yo, you there? Anybody there? Hold on, let me go to my Instagram. Where's my Instagram at? Because I don't know if anybody's there. If somebody's there, leave a comment in the chat. Hello. Where did the Instagram go?
Yo, bro. Crazy.
Okay.
My son accidentally hit the Wi-Fi.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Never happened. So now you got mad first experience. You got my oldest son, and they hit the Wi-Fi because it's his first experience. It's offline. I'm like, oh no, son.
Yo.
My sincere apologies, bro.
Nah. It's all good because I was like, yo, the show must go on. I was still talking. I was like, listen, the show must go on. So while they're going through their technical difficulties, I'm going to continue. I don't know if anybody was able to see, but I was still going. If they didn't, oh well, at least I got some practice.
See what they said? They said you was good. Let's go, baby.
Heard me? They was able to hear me?
Hey, come on, you see it, comments, you're good.
Okay, that's what it is, King.
We out here, baby. Come on, man. More than title, man. Shout out to Big. First of all, you know, majority media. That's Big Sean. He was at VSW.
A word?
Big Sean. Black dude that was, remember, think about, so we was on the bottom. Big Sean, he was messing with the major accounts.
Oh, he had what do they call them? He was upstairs. He was one of the few people upstairs with Ian and them. He was with Ian and them up there.
Big Sean, you don't make this connection happen. Big Sean, you hear it? He understood. He know what he know you, bro.
Yeah, you already know.
Question mark. I said, what? That's the pro.
Yo, Sean, jetlag _G. I don't know if you can see it or whatever, but
no, I'm making a text message. We're gonna get numbers. We're gonna make a text message.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I got y'all both, bro. But like, I missed out on the joint, bro. But I do want to say this is one of the realest joints, bro. I didn't expect it to go this way. I do want to talk about the podcast industry and all that, how we got into content. But I do appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate
that, sir. Absolutely, bro. I got you.
And like, on the fly shit, I had a lot of motherfuckers come in here and do a lot of stuff. I'm just keeping it real. And I respect to all of them. I love all of them, bro. You came here on the fly. It's like I hit them up like yesterday or the day before. Was like, yo, bro, please. I was gonna do something. It felt right. And how is today the day he came home 3 years ago? This is the anniversary.
That's wild. That made it special. This was such a dope episode. Yo, Trini Meeks, I appreciate that. Look, I'll tell you this. Anytime you want me on the show, I'm there. And as long as there's nothing else that's cutting it off, because I'm a live host anyway. And that's exactly what I was starting to get into. I was talking about how, excuse me, my homegirl I went to college with, me story, she hits me up when I was thinking about becoming a live host to tell my story. Because somebody on IG was like story time after I left that comment on Lil Duval's thing. My son was like, story time is on TikTok. I go on TikTok. I don't know what's going on. I post some pictures. Nobody's liking nothing. I click on this live thing at the top corner. I see people talking. I'm like, yo, they selling some shit. And then all of a sudden I was like, yo, they could see me? They said jet lag. Like, they talking to me. Yeah, they talking to you, nigga. Like, oh, this is crazy. So now I'm like, all right, I gotta hit this live.
I do it for the children.
Yo, I hit the live button, son. I went live my first time. I remember I was sitting right over, well, you can't see it, but I was sitting right over there. And there was nobody in my room. I was like, hello? Hello? Is this thing
live?
Yeah, like, I'm like, all right, how does this work? Where do people gonna come from? Your
comments. Are you in the living room? Are you here?
Word. And I was just like, man,
real shit.
I was like, fuck this shit. I'm turning this shit off. That was like in January of 2025. In May of 2025, toward the end, my homegirl Misha calls me and she's just like, yo, bro, you on TikTok or you know about TikTok? I'm like, yeah, I've been trying to figure this shit out for like 6 months. She was like, oh, this is perfect. She was like, I'm a live host. In my first 28 days, I grossed $10,000 something dollars. I made $5,000 on TikTok. I was like, oh, you can make money there too? Yeah, I need
10 packs a month? 10 packs a month?
Yeah, I was like, I need that formula. So she explained to me what she did, you know, briefly. Then she told me to come to her class. I was like, I'll be there. She told me and a few other people we went to school with, we went to college with. Now, real quick, I dropped out of this college because my mom got sick. I was at Florida A&M University. I started my freshman year in 1999. But that goes back to my point about the relationships you build. You don't have to graduate from there to get the relationships. So when I tell people to go, get the relationships, broaden your horizon, see people, this is what I mean.
Message.
So she puts me on, and I don't just hang out with her on there. I start doing my own thing. I'm like, all right, let me figure this thing out. So I'm socializing. Then somebody invites me to be in a battle. I'm like, a battle? I was like, all right, a box battle is cool. And it's where people look like you're sitting in a box and people just come throw money at you. And I won, right? I won. I'm going to explain it to you offline more so, but this is just to like, I don't want to give everybody all the sauce right now.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Yeah, so in a box battle, there's a host that hosts a box battle. And they'll say whoever wins gets a prize. So you can fit 8 people on your panel. Now it's like up to 9, depending on the setting that you have it on. And they have their supporters, whoever they want, come and throw them gifts during a certain time period. There's like a countdown. Whoever makes it to the last round and wins, normally they get a prize. This prize that I got was a lion. A lion cost the person $300. Just to let you know. So I got a $300 prize for getting money from other people, right? Because I was already getting. So that's the mentality, right? And then she tells me she's looking to open an agency. And I was like, yo, that's dope. You know, she's like, what do you think? I'm like, you want a partner? That's what I think. Mind you, I'm new to TikTok. I'm not completely a live host. Like, I'm just learning. But now that I know I'm going to be a part of something big, I take it very serious. So I said, all right, what is it that I want to exude on social media? How do I want to be presented? Do I want to come off as just a whomever, like, yo, I'm G, I be at the crib, or do I want to represent myself in a business sense? So I had to understand what the landscape was like. And then I made a decision. I branded myself. I did something called creating a creator identity. Okay. And the way that you do this is by the 5 adjectives exercise.
We in
This session. Y'all listen. Right there.
Gotta listen. Imperative.
Listen, stretch. This is very important. All right. I call this the 5 adjectives exercise. I want you to think about 5 adjectives or 5 words that you would use to describe yourself. This is what I tell people to do. One of the hardest things for people to do is talk about themselves, especially when you give them a limit of what they can say. If I told you talk about yourself and I gave you a week to do it, you could give me whatever. But if I told you give me 5 adjectives now, it'll probably take you a little while still.
20 minutes at least. Be like, damn, it was this. I'm gleeful.
All right.
I'm this, I'm that, whatever. Yep.
After they get their 5 adjectives, I tell them, now give me 5 adjectives that people that like you, admire you, or love you would use to describe you. And you're going to notice different things, right? So much more so from the people that like you. Some of the people that love you will have similar adjectives to you. So I like to lean on the people that like you, and I'm going to tell you why, right? Loving you tends to be a responsibility. You love the person that you're with. You love the person that is your family. You love them for who they are. You accept them as they are. I don't have to know you to like you. I can just like things about you, right? So when a person likes you, they're seeing the outside. They're seeing the superficial. So therefore, the adjectives they give you are going to be things like, oh, they're smart, or they're athletic, they know how to dress, they're funny, oh, really good dancer, good with kids, whatever they can see. It's from the outside. When you describe yourself, it might be something like honest, determined, resilient, right? That speaks more so toward your character, right? And what you're seeing is 2 things. That's the positioning right there. Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. What you're seeing are 2 things. When the adjectives that you use to describe yourself, that's your light. What people see, that's how you shine. The adjectives that you use to describe yourself will lead you toward your gifts. Your shine is how you will show your gifts. Okay? And when you put those 2 things together, that's what you use in order to move in your purpose.
Messi! Messi!
I had to give you a double. You shit me? Talk to him, bro. Talk. I'm a spectator.
It's detailed in my book. I wrote a book called The Purpose Driven Live Host, and it came about as a result of TikTok. I saw where he was going with it. Absolutely. I appreciate you, King. It's very important that you see the point of intersection, because that's what you're supposed to do. That's how you find your identity, and then around those, you can add other adjectives, things that you like about yourself. So for instance, my light, the way that I describe myself is like loving, helpful, resourceful, right? My gifts are communication, maybe humor, cooking. There's a lot of things that I do. So when I create my content, it's a combination of both. I'm helping the people, right? That's my purpose, right? And I'm doing it through the methods that I know how. This is what I want to do. For some people, it may be more superficial. Even if your purpose is, or even if the way that you would describe yourself as is rich, I got money, right? All right. So let's say money is your purpose, right? What are your gifts? Somebody might say, oh, he's really handsome. All right, then maybe he's a model, right? The money and that makes sense, right? Or they might say he's really funny, comedian, right? You're a funny guy, but your purpose is money. You may not just want to be a comedian. You may want to do humor, right? Or you may want to create humor behind the thing that you're selling. You feel me? Because that's what you're good at. You have to understand the difference between your gifts and your purpose, and understand that you have more than one gift. That's why I told you 5 adjectives. You have at least 50 adjectives that can describe you. You just haven't figured out those adjectives yet because you haven't been asking yourself, nor have you been asking people. So I challenge anybody that's listening to go and ask 10 people that they value 5 words that they would use to describe you. See which words come up consistently. And then when you see those words, see the ones that you like, recognize the ones that you like, and recognize the ones that you don't like. All right. Remember when I talked about hustling in the beginning? No matter what kind of business that you're doing, you do market research. This is market research for your personal brand. You should always be asking these questions to figure things out. And then once you understand that, you can move in your purpose. I did that. And ever since that, I don't have to ask myself any questions online. I see a lot of people crashing out online. There are people that get indoctrinated into these mindsets of how things work. I just finished telling you, it's mad funny. TikTok just sent me an email. They must be hearing me talk.
That's how it works. First of all, you know who that is. That's the motherfucking...
The man.
You know who that is. They on this shit snooping. 8 o'clock, the world was supposed to end. We still here.
Word.
Yeah, we still here. Thank God, by the grace of God.
I started this agency, and I came up with my creator identity. I came up with what I wanted to talk about. And I said to myself, I want to put out a book. I want to put out my series, right? And I know that it has a certain storyline. My storyline is purpose. Everything is purpose driven. Everything is connection with the higher power. And I say the higher power so that everyone can relate, whatever you believe in. All right, that's where we need to be reaching for. That allowed me to move in the way that I move on TikTok. People start crashing out because they hear what other people say. When I first got to TikTok, people told me, when you get to a live, you get your daily heartbeat, you engage in the chat, make sure you touch the live goal. Getting a heartbeat costs 1 cent. Touching a live goal might be 1 cent, might be $300, depending what gift is there. You never know, right?
Oh, never know.
They tell you to do all of these things, and they even call it doing all the things, right? And everybody's doing it. So you're like, all right, cool. There's comfort in it. Kind of like when I went to prison and I heard everybody got a life sentence. And I was like, all right, well, it's cool. Everybody got a life sentence. I'm stressed, but I'm not as stressed anymore because we all got it. Everybody's doing it. It's a herd mentality. Herd mentality gets you into trouble. Whether you in the hood, anywhere you're at, if you keep moving with everybody, if you just a follower and you don't even know the leader that you're following, herd mentality, you're going to get messed up.
Message.
I'm
going to keep dropping messages.
Somber message on that one. You shit me? Come on, bro.
Like,
bro,
it's uncomfortable to be your own leader when there's already a set leader. It sounds like anarchy, because what happens is when somebody's already leading somebody in that direction and you don't agree and you be like, nah, don't get mad, and they're gonna try to turn everybody against you, or they're gonna feel like, oh, they not valid, or they whatever. You know what I mean? But can't pivot in a herd. You right. Big facts. You cannot pivot in a herd.
Come on, bro. I literally, I'm like, Big Sean, you going crazy in the comments. You going crazy. This is the real. The real.
So let me move back. So, oh, shit, I almost fell on my
You
sofa.
see,
So I was on.
I got my oldest with me. He right here. He's sitting listening. Like nigga said, and put something in notes and that shit. I never seen that. I ain't gonna hold you. Nigga put something in notes. I keep it gangster, bro. Nigga put something in notes. I'm like, hold on, this nigga just did something. What?
So
shit.
It's crazy because I'm looking. I'm like, yo, I started to do the math because I got like a whole analytic mindset, right? And I'm like, yo, the math ain't mathing. So everybody's throwing money at him so that he can help them get lifted up. But if TikTok taking 50%, how he gonna lift them up? Like, it don't make sense. So I was just like, nah, this is a scam. This is Bernie Madoff all over again. Like, I'm not I can't do this, right? So what I said to myself was, why do people support each other? Right? The people supported each other because they were telling each other, support is key. This is what you're supposed to do. And support is key, right? But support costs money. So how do you support and why do you support? I support quality. If I go to a restaurant and the food is bad, I don't go there twice. I don't care if my mother owns it.
Message.
I swear,
I don't care if
I was gonna ask you the same shit, nigga. Support doesn't cost. So the quality is quality. Quality comes and support comes with quality is that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. If you got good food at any restaurant, you don't need good marketing and good advertising. Good marketing and good advertising comes from a mediocre product.
It speaks for itself, man. It's like
comes from a mediocre product. You know the vibes.
Mm-hmm.
We sold mediocre products.
That part, so I said to myself, all right, I'm going to start focusing on places that I like and things that I like rather than just doing what everyone else does. And by doing that, I made more genuine connections because clearly the people that I connected with, they identify with me. Then what ends up happening is I form a tribe, right? These are people that do support, not because they just want me to support them back, but because they actually believe in what I'm doing and I believe in what they're doing. And then you have something else called fans. The fans are the people that support you once in a while because they're getting something from you. They're transactional, right? So when I started seeing the live, it took me a while to see it, but I realized what the missing sauce was. The missing sauce was, it was the primary thing. It was the main ingredient. It was the content. It's not about the niche. It's about the content. See,
Message.
the reason.
Come on, let's go, bro. Let's do it. Now we get into the shit. Let's go.
So the live hosts that do well, right? They're content creators, not just long form content, not just live content creators, but short form content. I.e., if you could have a great show, you could have a great whatever, but if you're not posting, no one's going to know you're hosting.
Distribution.
Except distribution is key. So by posting and posting and posting and posting, you're going to get the visibility that you need. And the true KPI, if you don't know what a KPI is, that's a key performance indicator. That is correct.
Come on, we sales key performance indicator. Let's do it, bro. Talk to him.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the people or whatever. Like when I'm talking, I'm not.
Talk to them. Talk to them.
Yeah.
No, I told all the time.
So a KPI measurement for you on social media, it's not how much money you make over a post. It's the new followers that you get from your content. That's when you know that you are creating compelling content. If that's the number one KPI I go by, all right. Even if you get 50 likes, right? Get 5 of those to be new followers, right? If 10% of your likes are new followers, you are doing amazing. But if you're not getting new followers on the post, your post ain't hitting, right? If your post ain't hitting, what's happening? You're not generating a fan base. It also probably means your content is not consistent. People like reliability.
You know, I'm gonna stop you there, bro. Only reason I'm gonna stop you there, I have a different point of view from that.
I'm gonna tell you what I mean.
All right, tell me. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go with you. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk this shit. Let's go.
All right. When you say you're coming on to live, do you come on whenever you're gonna do your pop? That's what I mean by consistency. I'm not talking about the same content. I'm talking about knowing that you're gonna be there when I need to find you. Knowing that you're gonna post. If you're posting 2 times a day or 3 times a day, and you say you're gonna do that shit. If not, you're gonna get what you get, right? You set the bar, you set the standard. And if somebody doesn't show up to your live or somebody doesn't, comment on your post, but you haven't been posting in 2-3 days, or you haven't been going live, or you didn't warn anybody on your previous live what the next show is going to be, then what do you expect? All right. That's what I learned.
No, you're absolutely right with that. But what I learned with podcasting and just content in general, it's all about who you're trying to reach to, right?
Absolutely.
The best content happens when you're not even thinking about the numbers. The best content happens when you're not thinking about the numbers, bro. The best time, when I told you behind cameras, bro, I said I was looking at LinkedIn. Out of our community, who is thinking about LinkedIn? There's about an outside the box thinking. We have to get out of, and I'm trying to get out of it myself as well, bro. As far as the working hard to the working smart mindset. We got to be working smart, bro. Like, so for me, bro, how I look at content, I might have 5 or 4 or 6 or 7 motherfuckers on this live, right? Cool, right? Cool. He's like, yo, you need more emotion, right? Guess what? You don't know who the 4, 5, 6, or 7 are.
Quality over quantity.
You don't know who. It might be the CEO of Stars on this motherfucker right now, and I'm connected with. And you don't know if he's watching it right now. That beats the 1,000 motherfuckers that don't have the mindset, that don't see the light, don't have the mind, that don't do the work.
So here's another.
Talk to me, bro.
So here's another thing that I tell creators, right? The name of my book is Purpose-Driven Live Hosts.
Always.
The reason why it's purpose-driven is because when you move in purpose, you can be unapologetically you. You know you're doing the right thing. When you understand your purpose, you understand what TikTok is. You understand what YouTube is. You understand what Instagram is. These are platforms. If I'm in my kitchen, well, not me, because I could reach the top of the cabinet. But for example, if you have 13-foot ceilings and the cabinets are really, really high, and you need something from the top cabinet, you need to step on something. A ladder, a step stool. It's a platform, right? You step on a platform to reach for something or that you can't normally reach, or to speak to a larger audience of people that you normally couldn't speak to. You use a platform. You do not allow a platform to use you, right?
Message.
Therefore, by understanding your purpose, you understand what you want, and then you understand how you use this tool called the platform to reach for your goal.
That's
period.
That is the key. So quick thing I want to talk about right now. So let's talk about it, bro. Ebro, I don't know if you saw the shit about a week ago. Ebro was like,
Mhm.
yo, him, Rosenberg, and Laura. So for those that don't know, he was the legacy name for Hot 97, Rosenberg, the morning show, the biggest podcast outside of the Breakfast Club, right? That's it. It's them, the Breakfast Club in New York City, right?
Mhm.
How did you feel about when they said they find it hard for them to find guests? And I'm gonna tell you what I felt, bro. People like him and people like them, they have a brand that controls the legacy and that controls the acts, that controls the relationship. Because motherfuckers ain't really trying to build a relationship with you. They're trying to build a relationship to help them further their career.
Mhm.
Let's be all the way funky, right? You do this, you gatekeep the culture, you control whatever narratives, and now that you're outside of the picture, you're like, yeah, how can I cannot control the narrative because I'm not this, and I've known you for 30 years. So I
The
just want
reason why they find it hard to find guests
to
is
talk to them.
because they find it hard to find guests because they're searching in the same pool. You know, it's like how music is, right? We used to have a club scene, a party scene in New York. DJs used to break records. I know because me and my peoples used to put them under pressure. I mean, like, yo, play this record. It's not like that anymore. The system controls them. They are no longer using the platform. They're letting the platform use them.
But that's the point. That's the point, though, bro. So what I say that to say is, what is it like for the average content creators like you and I that don't have the $1 million budget? And and what I want to get to is the people like us that don't have the $1 million budget. Is you're still making an impact. You're still making impact.
You have to. You're still making an impact. Absolutely. So I have an agency called Jeremiah Tassi on TikTok. I actually coach TikTok creators to become better creators for what it is that they want to do. And it's not just myself. My sister Pi, she's an amazing person. And when I tell you, like, we check analytics, we really pour into our creators to make sure that they're moving in their purpose. That's why I have the purpose-driven live host shit as part of the curriculum. If you're not paying attention to what you want, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. If you're only doing what you think you need to do, then you're doing the wrong thing. You have to do what you desire. Not what you think you need to do to make some money. Not what you think you need to do to get known.
Yes.
What you know you want to do. All right. And that takes market research of yourself, paying attention, right? You got to ask yourself the right questions. So that's what we do with our creators. A lot of creators are finding it hard to reach audiences because they're copying. No one's original. No one's being authentic. No one's themselves. They said, oh, they're doing that, so maybe I should try that too. It's okay to seek inspiration, but duplication is just character assassination. So you need to.
Ooh, I ain't heard that one. That was real.
That was off time.
I love the good one, nigga. I gotta give you when you got one, you got it. You gotta hit, son. I ain't gonna matter.
I don't even remember what I said, so you gotta send me that one.
That's the conversation.
But I know it was facts. Seriously.
That's the conversation, bro. Little do you know right now, bro, and for the audience that's listening, we have live streams right now that do more than Hot 97 Morning Club. The morning show. We've got
Breakfast Club.
No, for Hot 97.
Morning show.
I'm telling you, before Ebro, the transition, I got shit that's doing better than the Mirror right now.
Wow.
I'm telling you. In the morning. Bro, we on a 3-hour podcast right now. That is Hot 97 Morning Mix.
That's facts.
What the fuck are we talking about? So it's the stories that we tell ourselves. Had I not Googled that, would have known that I fucking got more views than Merrill and them, and they got $1 million machine, and I'm sitting there with me, my wife, and my 2 kids. So what story do you want to tell yourselves? How far are you willing to go to see if the story is real? How far you want to push yourselves? And that's the fucking shit that I preach every day. And I'm so glad I got my brother. That's why I want another content creator. Because you don't fucking know. You don't know. He has to go through, you know how many hours it took to go through the analytics and say, this makes people react this way. The market research part, you have to spend thousands of dollars. And if you don't go spend $1,000, you have to spend thousands of hours. It's which one? It's either the time or the money. You got to give one up. Which one are you willing to give up? If you ain't got the fucking money, you better give up the time. If you ain't got the time, you better give up the money.
Bro, so here's the rest of my TikTok journey. And here's the secret sauce, right? So a lot of people started going to TikTok from Instagram, right? At least our generation, I know, because they get a lot, like people were saying that TikTok, you get views and followers a lot faster. Right. And then something happened, right? I understood that every social media platform, it's an entirely different culture, different dynamic, different purpose. While you're living in one reality on social media, they have an entirely different reality. You're on Facebook thinking that you're connecting with your old family members, posting your old pictures and being nostalgic. Facebook is like, all right, they're buying and selling cars on here. They're selling everything on here. We're feeding them information. We're monetizing. This is a hub of money for them. Okay. Instagram, you say to yourself, oh, I'm posting pictures. I'm looking fly. Maybe I'm trying to get a bag, but you don't even know to get a real bag on Instagram. If you don't have 1 million followers, you need to stop bothering. Now, I mean, just work on building your followers first, because it's a different landscape of how you can make money on there. For the smaller creators, if you're looking to make money and you want to do certain things, you can go on TikTok as opposed to Instagram. But if you are looking to grow and scale up, you need to move in your purpose, because when you move in your purpose, that means it's about you, not the platforms. Therefore, you create a brand. In order to create a brand, you have to still ask yourself those same questions, those 5 adjectives, the 5 and the 5, and you get a creator identity or a brand identity. You understand? That's why your social and your EIN can be the same thing. They're individuals. They both have something that they exude. When you can understand that, then you can step into the monetization game, because you know what you want. So as a creator, I know I don't just want to be on TikTok. That's why I called Jay and I was like, yo, son, I need help with this podcast thing because I want to go through OBS and I want to do different things. But you have to have vision. It's about what you want.
Message.
Platforms are here to help you. TikTok is my best trainer. Because before, I wanted to shoot a docuseries. I had a guy come in here. He was shooting. I had to come up with the questions and stuff like that. But it felt inauthentic because I'm still trying to get him to get the shots. Like, I didn't have a creative that can just create. Algorithm is the carrot on the stick. They're user-generated platforms. You are absolutely right.
Come on, Sean, talk to him.
All they do is they take your knowledge to feed you what they know that you want, to get you to spend more time. Yeah, to keep you hooked. And all they're doing is just leading you like this, la la la. I mean, stay woke, y'all. Yo, shout out
to everybody. First of all, it's a 3-hour podcast and y'all tuned in.
That's a fact. Yo, we
3
hours.
3 hours. My longest podcast ever was 4 hours. I wanted to reach. If I didn't have my little man, I'd have been like, oh, because he's ready to play Trouble and all types of shit. But I got a couple more, bro. I just want to tell you, bro. This is what it's about. It's about impact over measures. Motherfuckers be like, yo, son, why are you doing 2-3 podcasts a week? And I'm going to give you the sauce. You know why? Because it's a relationship game. How can I say it's a relationship game and I don't want to build relationships and I'm in the house all fucking day and I'm not building them shits and not actually sharing it to the people? If I have a Zoom call and it's closed off, that means absolutely nothing, but it's effective to meet in person that I'm having a conversation with.
A person that's asking you why you're doing 2 or 3 podcasts a day is not doing podcasts.
It's not. Come talk to him, bro.
They're not doing podcasts. If you're doing podcasts, you know why a person is doing 2 or 3 podcasts a day. It's because they're not at a space where they can do one yet, or one once a month.
Message.
You willing to do to get to the point where you could do one or
Got it.
none, or where your name means that much in the industry where you can make shit move without having to do nothing. What did I lead with? The Clarence Avant. I led with it. And that's what I mean by it, bro. I got a podcast tomorrow. I got a podcast Thursday. I got a podcast on Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And guess what? I'm hearing Ebro and people from High 97 saying they're having a hard time booking guests. I'm a one-man band, bro. I'm gonna tell you real shit. I'm a one-man band. I book it, I schedule it, I edit it, I clip it, I post it. My baby do the flyers. Other than that, I ain't got shit. And you think I'm gonna let that shit stop me?
Not at all.
Come on, my nigga. If I gotta do 16 hours, 17 hours, but guess what? I'm working on AI, how to make my workflow better, where it can respond to the guests and actually build the community. Because guess what? Because when I make a call, shit move. And then what podcast is gonna be? It's gonna be no more for everybody listening. It's no more talking and asking questions. It's no more of that. It's
I just realized what the third P is, and you gave me my third P.
Talk to me, broski, please.
Patience, paperwork, and productivity.
Come on. Come on.
That's it.
And you get a motherfucking horn for that. Hold on, you get a horn for that too. If we break,
Yo,
come on.
that's it. Like, if you're not producing, you're losing. It's that simple.
That simple. But they don't see it. They don't see it because they're not producing. They don't know what they don't know what it takes to produce on a random Tuesday when you ain't go to sleep because you've been doing a grant for 26 hours. They don't know what it takes. And I got 2 kids here and I'm smoking a cigar, chilling, and boom, boom. They don't know what it takes. Are you still going to do it?
People don't know that their money is worth than it is because they don't know what has true value. I.e.,
the value is subjective.
I'm gonna break it down.
On it.
But when I say value, I'm not talking about just how much you value things, but the value of money, right?
Talk to me.
Because so if I pay a person $1,000 an hour, right? They get $1,000 an hour. In a week, they get $8,000, right? But let's say I gave you $1,000, right? And you, or $8,000 at the end of the week, and then 1 hour passes from the time that I gave you the money. How much money do you have?
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm on 3 didn't do's. I forgot.
I ain't
gonna lie to you, son. You my
okay. Peep this. All right, peep this. Let me keep it simple because I've made a long range of time. If I give you $1,000 an hour, right, and you work 8 hours in a day, okay,
1,000. We had 8,000.
After I gave you that 8,000, how much money do you have an hour later?
How long am I working again?
No, I said
for the month. You said for the month or week. I'm at 8,000. You said
I gave you 8. Say that you have this $8,000, right? That you just got.
Got you.
You didn't go anywhere. You didn't do anything.
Nothing.
You just stayed at home.
8,000. Let's do it.
How much money do you have an hour later?
I still got the same 8,000. I ain't do shit.
It looks like that, but it's depreciated.
Every second that you fucking being an entrepreneur because something cost.
Opportunity cost. It's the law of economics. Time that you're not making is time that you're spending losing.
Message.
So if I'm spending time for y'all players out there, if you're spending time with your side chick, you're losing your wife. Stop spending time with your side chick.
Message.
Opportunity costs. If you're not doing one thing, you're doing the other. If you're spending money on here, something is losing. It could have been invested over there.
It's family, it's
You
time,
know?
anything that you value that's losing time. You got your kids, you got whatever. That's what you're losing. Are you willing to sacrifice that for the fucking dream?
How much time are you willing to give?
For the
Your
dream.
time is expensive.
Very.
Went back to producing. That hour not working is 1K lost.
Hey Sean, you know you on point. And that is the point of podcasting. That's why you know the stat, bro. I don't know if you know the stat. 84% of podcasters quit after 6 episodes. Did you know that?
Nah, for real? It don't surprise me.
Because of what you just fucking said, bro. And I preach this shit every single day. You know what it's like? I don't know if I told you this. I tell this shit all the time, bro. It took me 30 opportunities to get Matthew Knowles on. 30 tries. Would you try 30 times to get somebody on your show, bro? Real nigga shit, without ego, without pride, without being like, damn.
That's how you know you was a top seller, son. You be calling, like, you try so much, you build relationships with the people that said no to you. That's how it works.
Your nose means something. Your no has a story. Your motherfucking no has a story. You said no, nigga, it was Tuesday. Why you said no on the Tuesday, nigga? What's wrong with you? Something happened today? Are you good? How you feeling today? And nigga, I'll become your therapist, nigga. You shitting me or you kidding me? That's the level of opportunity that is. But are you willing to do it? And what I said on the show for the 250 or the episode for the 4-year anniversary, I didn't do anything you couldn't do. I did everything you wouldn't do. G did everything you wouldn't do. Would you do that shit? Would you do that shit? Like, go ahead, bro. I got you. I took 3, nigga. You good? You good? I took like 3, 4 of them shits. Real nigga shit. But like, I'm gonna put him off the stage. But would you do that? That is the point. Would you do that? Would you sacrifice everything? Would you go through the bullshit? Would you fucking go through the no's? Would you go through the opportunities? There's nothing that we couldn't do that you didn't do. But sometimes it's never the talent in the hood. It's always the process. I say this shit every episode, and I'm gonna continue saying it until you understand it. I sacrificed for it. I got both my kids here chilling. I could be playing Trouble right now. It's game night right now. Actually, we supposed to be watching some shit right now. I'm on a 3-hour podcast because I'm getting game. I'm learning from my brother like I'm giving him game. Are you willing to do it? Are you willing to sacrifice it? Do you know we got more fucking streams than Hot 97 right now by doing this? And if you knew this, would you do it? If I didn't tell you that, would you try it? If I didn't tell you this, would you try it? And that is the fucking point that we are making with More Than a Title. I'm going to do an episode tomorrow. I'm going to do an episode the day after. I'm going to do an episode on Sunday if I feel like it. Because that's what we on right now. And that's what we on right now. So when we sell you that, and I see my brother, I'm on 10 o'clock in the morning. This nigga be on live at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. He be on live 11 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm keeping it funky with you. I'd be like, God damn, this nigga's live at 11 o'clock? Come through. We're going to do a 3-hour podcast without saying we're going to do a 3-hour podcast. And we're going to give game. I didn't know 15 fucking years ago that me and my brother would be sitting here right now talking about podcasting and we in the same lane, and I'm not looking at my brother as competition. I'm looking at him as somebody I can get game from, somebody that y'all can get game from, somebody I can get game to. There's a blind spot he ain't see somewhere. I'm like, nigga, don't go through door number 4. Did that. Don't do it. Now he ain't got to go through door. He go through door number 3. He expedite his shit, and he guess what? He changed his whole family life. Why the fuck wouldn't I want that? And guess what? Don't be afraid to do that for your homie. Because guess what? That's the karma. We are so crab in the barrel, and gatekeeper mentality is like, I can't give him this. We're so guarded with our opportunities and relationships. Nigga, I am me. What G did, I can't do. What I do, he can't do. But I know if we form together, we form Voltron. That's what I do know.
Collaboration is key.
That's what I do know. That's what I do know. I ain't gotta. I didn't know none of the story. I didn't see the shows I had on 2026. I didn't know it. I was like, bro, pull up. Nigga, I gave him 24-hour notice.
That part.
That's it.
And I was happy to do it too, man. Because I'm proud of you, bro.
Didn't question it. I'm telling you, didn't question it. He said, nigga, I had to hit him at 5 o'clock. You still up? I'm like, bro, you still up? I'm like, nigga, you still up? Please tell me you're up. Please help me, please. If not, I still would love the nigga if he didn't. I'm telling you that. This part. That's what it is. I seen him go through it. I didn't know the story. I didn't know the backstory. I just saw a story. So what I say to everybody every episode is we are the stories that we tell ourselves. My brother came home and said, nigga, I was about to face a life sentence. Nigga, I came home. How could I not get to it? How could I not get to everything they said?
It just wouldn't make sense.
Come on.
I understand why people come home from immeasurable odds and do unthinkable things. You didn't have the mind to measure it, so how could you have the mind to think it? That's because it happened outside of you, happened through you. It's just the energy moved you. You got to go hard. You got to believe. You got to know that you can do it. You can't really be moved by emotions as a negative. If you're going to use emotions, use it as a positive thing to motivate you to go more. I like when my emotions make me more ambitious, not when they make me upset, frustrated, reluctant. If we're not winning, we're losing. That's the way the universe works. There's only negative and positive. That's it. Like,
that's it.
You hear that? Like, it's all black and white, but it's all gray, right? We live in a gray space until you measure things. Everything is a construct. So if you're not doing what you need to do, you're not doing what you need to do.
Come on.
If you're not doing what you need to do, you're not
doing what you need to
do.
I gotta ask you this, bro, and I'll share with you, bro, because at this point, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky with you. We're at 3 hours and 12 minutes. We gotta get to the nigga. My longest episode was 4 hours. We're gonna go 4 hours and 1 minute. 4 hours and 1 minute because we right there. There. So I gotta.
No problem. We here with it. I'm here. That ain't no issue.
We're gonna go for nigga. We're gonna break a record on 2026. You and I, my brother.
Absolutely. Well, wouldn't we? That's what we do.
Right now. I'm gonna say, nigga.
Yo, son.
4 hours and 1 minute.
7th, 2026.
Come on.
The day I came home, I'm breaking records. Let's go.
So, bro, what was the? I'm about to go to bathroom break too, nigga. So I gotta ask you the real shit. So, bro, what was the moment where you was about to fail, give up, quit, all that shit? What was that moment for you, and how did you get over it, bro? They need to hear that. What was the moment you was about to break?
You mean in jail or you mean before?
Just in life, bro. What was the moment? Because we have multiple moments where we could go through door number 1 or door number 2. What was the one moment that really challenged you that you could share with the people, bro? I would love to hear that. Real shit.
So,
it could be either or.
There's a lot of moments that have challenged me in life. And I always tell my kids that you're always going to have these moments that feel like the end of the world. You're always going to have these moments that feel like the end of the world, but that's just a matter of perspective. So for me, it was a combination of things. It was a sense of having lived a life where I didn't arrive where I needed to be over an extended period of time. Once you go off course, the farther you get away from your course, the more that you think that you're losing. So things that would have hurt a little bit, maybe 1 week off course, feel a lot more painful when you're 5 years off course.
Crazy. Oh my goodness, this nigga's going off.
Yeah, like I think it was a culmination of things, like constantly not getting the job, getting it and losing it, and then also it the hardest thing is also the easiest thing. I'm gonna tell you what it is. The hardest thing is the easiest thing, and that's life. You know, it's all about perception and it's about perception and perspective. The problem isn't the problem. The problem is how we perceive the problem. So when I would see the problem or feel the problem, whether it was baby mama drama, whether it was having a life sentence and then being dumped in jail by the one person you thought had your back. Like there was a girl that I gave power of attorney over me. She had all my personal belongings. She had I just entrusted her with everything. And then after I got my life sentence, maybe a couple months later, she told me it was over, and she knew that there was a chance I could get out, but she also told me a bunch of stuff. And I was really down bad, right? I got a life sentence. And then on top of that, I entrusted you over other people. You don't really know how that feels. And I was down bad for 3 days. That was the worst time. That was also the best time. It was the worst time because my feelings triggered a nervous reaction that literally gave me anxiety and made me physically sick. Because on top of knowing that I was dealing with this, now I knew I was completely alone. You see, at first, I wasn't really alone because I had somebody I could talk to. I had somebody that was holding me down that I knew, that wasn't only holding me down, that was in love with me. But then she just dropped me. And I was already a dude I didn't really trust like that. So, I felt in pain. After 3 days, accountability kicked in. I was like, you ain't treated good. What'd you expect? What'd you really expect?
Accountability. 101.
You're supposed to go through this. You're supposed to move through this and learn from this. You're supposed to grow through this, not just go through it. You're supposed to grow through it. So I had to learn about how I treat the person I love, like how I move as a man. It was just a life lesson. But being left alone, when in such a situation, I think that's one of the hardest things that I had to go through, because on top of that, there was a sense of feeling that people knew that they would never see you again. Like you became coffee table talk. Like everybody meeting up, they about to go to the club. Everybody talking about whatever. Yo, I met this shorty, I'm doing this. Oh yeah, I'm getting this money, I'm getting that money. Oh man, yo, she getting on my nerves. And yo, you spoke to G? You spoke to Jet? Yeah, son. Yo, that's crazy, son. He got a life sentence. Word, son. Hey, yo. The Uber here? Yeah, all right, we out. That's how I felt.
Message.
That's what I felt my existence was minimized to, you know.
That was deep, bro.
Um,
That's deep. That's real shit.
that's what I pictured. I wrote about it. And then my reality. So like when I'm calling and no one's answering, that's what I'm feeling. Then like if I'm having a conversation and it's great, I'm back in America. When I'm asleep, I'm back with my family, with the people I love, with the chick I could have loved. You know, that's why so many people wanted to medicate and go to sleep. I could relate. But I didn't do a lot of sleeping because I had to move in purpose. So I existed. I said, I accept, I'm here. And I moved around, and it taught me how to persevere. It taught me that all you have is now. Everything else is a feeling, right? It's a reality, but it's a feeling. You can't change it. If you can't change it, why are you going to hurt over it?
Message.
You can't change it. Why hurt over it? Can't.
You can be upset about it, but try and control that. Like last night, right? I told you about the grant.
Talk to me. Yep.
I told you how devastated I was about the deadline. And I was like, damn, man, because of a technical difficulty, I missed the deadline. Because of a technical difficulty, I missed the deadline for the grant, and I'm missing out on $250,000. And I worked for it for all those hours. The emotion was crazy. Yo, I was ready to Earl. I walked around my island kitchen like 300 times just trying to figure it out. Like, yo, like, wow, what did I do wrong? But I spent so much time thinking about what I did wrong, I lost focus on the fact that I did everything right. So once I remembered that, I shot them an email. I got on the phone. Check this shit out. This shit is right. A problem ain't a problem. A problem is how you perceive the problem. You making it a problem by not working on it. So going through that tough time, being let go in the darkest, hardest place in my life was the best thing that could ever happen to me. So it was my toughest time, possibly the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I remember when I came home, I was talking to
bro. If it ain't a blessing, it's a lesson.
It's a lesson. The lesson is the blessing, and vice versa.
Talk about it.
So I remember when I came home, you know, I was talking to NO, and I wanted to check him in Miami. And I remember telling my girl, like, yeah, Nori said pull up. So, you know, I'm out. And I got there, and you have all these exciting thoughts in your mind.
Again, we out of here. It's this. I'm gonna be the top podcast. Everything goes through your mind. Everything
goes through your mind. I'm like, yo, my book. I'm dropping my book right away. My book is dropping immediately because it's gonna be so easy to transcribe it and edit it and do all that. And I'm gonna have money behind me, and I'm doing this and that. The movie, I already got an agent, an attorney. 3 years later. You know, because it's not just that simple. Things take time. Things require work. But I remember going to meet with Nori, and he was like, yo, would you, knowing what you know now, would you do it again? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Come on, talk about it.
Message.
I'm supposed to be here right now. Just like this, the way that you see me saying exactly what I'm supposed to say. I chose this before I even knew I was going to be here. That's why it's on April 7th, and that's why it's happening in this way, because these words are supposed to come out. if I went through anything differently, one small change in my existence could have completely changed the man that I am today. Right? By not going to jail, by not going to prison, by not having a life sentence, by not being left, by not feeling those things, I would not be able to speak to you in the way that I am now.
Message.
Because maybe there's one thing, maybe there's 100 things that I said that resonate. And if even one of those things impacts any one person listening, maybe that person speaks to their child and their child gets a message from something that I said, and that child becomes somebody that moves a million. That's the universe.
Motherfucking eighth period. Motherfucking eighth period. Almost ready to drop you off. Almost ready to drop you off home. We in PM school. And it's a motherfucker.
Let's go, yo. Y'all in detention. What's good? But we having fun in detention.
Nigga, I'm shout out to 5-star Bree. Shout out to everybody on Instagram. She's like, woo, nigga. I'm getting a message. I keep forgetting to go to Instagram because I don't see it here. But I do want to say, bro, like everything you saying is real. It's a message in the movements. It's a message in the reason why we got you here. Alignment, energy is the reason why we're here today, bro.
If y'all on Instagram, follow me too. I don't see it. Y'all are there. I don't see any new follows, y'all.
Yo, because they might not see your shit because you on a different live stream on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
So they see the more than the title. They don't see your shit because you're on a different live stream. That's the Instagram API shit.
Okay. Oh wait, so
if you go live, your followers are gonna see you. My followers are gonna see you. But if you're not attached to my shit, they're not gonna even know where to fucking find you. I gotta put it in there, which I'm putting in now.
Wait, so all I gotta do is go live. If I go live right now, they'll see me.
They'll see you on your shit, but not on mine.
Hold on, let me see.
That's the problem. And that's the bullshit with the content, the distribution. That's the shit we talking about. But I do want to tell you, bro, something that you said, and I'm gonna share with you, bro, because I never shared it with anybody. I shared it on a podcast this Friday. Never told the story. Word to mother. Well, I literally got the podcast. Shout out to Jeff Marshall. Shout out to Karima, the Crucible podcast. I drove out to Philly. My grandmother's 86 years old. She ain't see her sister in 6 years. Her sister's 89 years old. I got my grandmother and her sister, 86 and 89 years old, break bread with each other, bro. Because I had to go to a podcast in Philly.
Which podcast?
At the Crucible. So I literally got the merch on.
Okay.
The Crucible. Jeff Marshall. He's a bigger agency executive. I met the brother out in France, bro, on my birthday. Met him out in Cannes on my birthday, and I was gonna tell you how I got to Cannes. So if you don't know about Cannes, bro, for anybody not listening, I was one of the first employees of that motherfucker. After I left you in VSW, bro, and when I was doing 200 a quarter, when I was beating all of them that was on top of the joint, when I got to the top, I was like, what the fuck I do next? They were telling me to stay there and stay planted where they was doing it, and motherfuckers would walk through and not even say good morning to me, but they wanted me to do $250,000, $300,000 a quarter.
That's crazy.
I'm in a studio one day, bro, recording music. They called my mother's house. The CEO called my mama's house, bro. Was like, yo, we need Jared and we need him to generate X, Y, and revenue and all that. So I call you in the morning. Word the mother. I was smacked. Said I called you in the morning. Called him in the morning. He was like, yo, look, where you want to go? He said, you going to Cannes? He said, yo, I could put you in France. I'll send you to France tomorrow morning. Pack your bags. I'll send you right now. And I'll double your salary. What do you want to do? You know what I said, bro? I said, I still want to go. I still want to go. You know why? Because you could have said good morning to me and it wouldn't have cost you nothing. It wouldn't have cost you a motherfucking thing and you didn't say good morning to me. I'm the first person you see in the fucking morning going up to your desk. You couldn't even give me a head nod. I left there, bro. I was the first person at Cannes. The first person at Cannes, bro. And you know what happened when I was in Cannes? I became a top seller within 2 months. But you know what happened? I was dealing with somebody that wasn't supposed to be in my energy. I was dealing with a person I was pouring all my shit into. And guess what, bro? She ended up having a baby outside of me. having a baby outside of me, nigga. I'm taking care of a kid, my nigga. I'm telling you, my oldest son,
Wow.
and her daughter, like this, is the reason why we fucked up. We was fucked up. Didn't understand it. That was his sister. And I went to her, nigga. I was like, yo, nigga, tell me the real. If this ain't my kid, nigga, I can fuck with you and still like have some sort of relation with you if you keep it gangster with me.
Yeah, keep it a band.
Keep it a beanski with me. Nigga, don't let me get my peoples involved and my peoples is in it. My people's gonna go all the way. I know your people's the same way. They're gonna go all the way, nigga. Is this just as G son, G daughter? Nigga, I'm going all the way. Boom. Did that. She said, oh my God, nigga, I got the test back. I'm sitting there in the middle of the office. It says 0.000.0.1.
Wow. Not even point.
Mad far away, bro. The one was mad far, mad to the right. Mad to the right, son. And I say that shit not jokingly, but it's like, yo, bro, I was in the best opportunity in my life. I got the black card at 20. Nigga, after I saw you, I had the black card, bro. I'm going to France, London, England, wherever you want to go. I got the black card. That shit, you got to slide that shit slowly through the joint. You know how it go. Hey, that shit, that motherfucker like, you gotta be careful with it. Motherfuckers don't know that. And so I'm sitting there telling people this shit and da. And I'm sitting there going through the best situation in my life, but going through the worst situation in my life. Motherfuckers is telling me, how's the baby going and all that. I'm sitting there going to work. Bro.
I got a question for you.
Talk to me. Please talk to me.
So that was one of the biggest challenges that I've had in my life. The balance between, just the balance between emotion and productivity.
There we go.
So, like some people, something happens to them in their relationship, something that impactful that truly hurts them, and they go harder. For some people, it's crippling. Like for me, it was crippling, son. And I'm not saying that happened to me, but I've just been in unstable situations in my relationship where I've seen it impact my sales productivity or even my desire to go to work, right? How did you handle that yourself? Like,
how I handled it, bro, by keep going to work, bro. I would wake up in the morning. I would go in the breakfast. I would go in the elevator, see a CEO and see somebody from my job. I'm like, let's go get him. Please don't talk to me. And they'd be like, yeah, how's the baby? Did you sleep well? And the baby's not mine. And I still got to close $1 million deal tomorrow to keep my job. It was the hardest fucking thing I ever did in my life. One of the hardest things. And guess what? I still did it. Was still a top performer. But then it ate at me after a while, bro. It ate at me after a while. And you know what it told me? I wasn't supposed to be there at the right time. It's the right girl, wrong time. And we've all had that as men, right? We have like, damn, this is the right situation. I'm just not mentally fit for this right now. And then you're going to go off and do what you need to do. And you know what I ended up doing? The CEO at the time, the CEO who wasn't a CEO, he was working at the same level as me. He became the CEO. We had him on last April, bro. He was a dude that was just taking the submission for cans. So anybody that fucking submits the can and is putting in efforts, whether it's Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Burger King, whoever you are, you got to go to can because that's the Oscars of advertising. I used to come up, didn't not knowing who he is. I'm like, yo, bro, you need coffee? I'm going downstairs. Yo, bro, you want to go get lunch today? Oh, no, I'm busy. All right, cool. Just let me know when you want to go get lunch. Not knowing who the fuck he would be. Being a real person. Treating him the same because we're in the same trenches. He became the CEO. He became the CEO of the company. I see him on Black Week, bro. He looks at me and says, Jared, what the fuck? And they look at me and like, how do you know Simon? Motherfucker, I work there, but you would never know because I'm from the Bronx, big Bronx. You would never know. Because all you seen is judging this. Nigga, I'm supposed to be the podcast for this shit. Now I'm sitting there. Now I'm sitting there. Now we could talk some shit. Because of what the fuck I was. In the same way with me and you. Because I didn't see you as anything else. Nigga, I saw you as my brother. Nigga, we in the same trenches. Same way I treated you, same way I treated him. So imagine how you came through on the show.
You pulled up.
Pulled up, right. Pulled up right. It was 6 in the morning. I woke up 6 in the morning for that interview. 6 in the morning. Sitting like this. Yeah, shit. This morning title and shit. We got Simon.
Yawning.
Yawning and shit and put on a great fucking show because that's what the fuck we do. So at the end of the day, I say that to say it's the relationships, bro. Like I was going through some shit, lost that job, became a VP at an agency at 25 years old. My office was overlooking the fucking Empire State Building. I had motherfuckers hating on me that was 30, 40 years old. I was like, how he get the office? Motherfuckers, I work for it.
You was doing it, son.
Hate on me if you want. Brought several products to market, and then I got to a point where I was like, yo, nigga, why am I doing this? Why am I having up, down? Why am I doing that when I'm that guy? And you know what I did? I said, I'm going to be myself on LinkedIn, bro. LinkedIn. I said, I'm going to be myself. I'm going to be the hat and the hoodie. I'm going to smoke a cigar and have 6 people tuned into the live. And guess what? You don't know who the fuck them 6 are. And you don't know how many other 6 are on the other platforms. And there's 10 on the other platform. There's 20 on the other platform. And it all compounds. Relationships are compound. It's compounding interest. They all sprout differently. I don't look at relationships for something back. I look at relationships for what I can add. And that's the difference between you and I, bro. You and I are going to do that. The other people ain't going to do that. You went through the shit. You could have been like, nigga, fuck you, Hamed. I'm in the fucking getting 20. I'm getting life sentence, Hamed. Fuck you. You could have said that.
I could have.
You could have said
funny.
that. You could have. And you said, no, nigga, I'm going to show you love. I'm going to be the leader. And that's why you are where you are today.
The person that I am is thinking about what you've created and what you're actually doing.
Come on.
And remember when I told you, you know, my best friend, he was like, you know, I always see you helping people with their thing. What's your thing? And I'm like, my thing is making things better, right? Helping people get better, do more, see things they don't see. And I'm like, sidebar, I want to help you as well. I want to, like, I got so many thoughts in my head, but that sidebar, we'll talk about that. And like, even within the space that you're in, but I also want to say what I'm currently working on. So because of the space that I'm in, my writing, everything that I've been through, and I've been doing speaking engagements as well. I've decided that I want to be a therapist because I already do that. I counsel people. I've done marriage counseling, and I'm just like, yo, I'm not even married, but like when you know, you know. I want to make sure that I'm certified in what I do. So I'm going back to school in the fall, Temple University, for a master's in social work. And I was there for economics and legal studies originally.
We'll give that a round of applause, bro. Come on, stop it. Temple University, man, that's major, bro. You see
Appreciate that, man. So I say that to say, you know, I'm 44 years old, y'all. I just finished telling 9 young women yesterday. It was yesterday evening. That sometimes you might have a goal, but it seems like a dream, maybe even a fantasy. You know, a goal seems visible. A dream is something that you might be able to go to if you close your eyes, but a fantasy is something that you got to try to imagine because you can't even dream it.
Mm.
All right. If you don't feel like you can see a way there, right, from where you are, think about being there first and how do you get back to where you are, and then reverse engineer it.
First engineering, yep.
It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to think of a way there, but think of being there already. What was that last step that you did to get there, and then think backwards from there. You know,
that's the vision. A lot of people don't have that, bro. A lot of people from where we're from can't even envision it. What does it look like? What was the last step, nigga? I don't know how to get there. How do I know the last step? That's the problem.
Well, exactly. And it all goes back to the first step. 5 adjectives. Like, who am I? Like, what am I good at? What do I like to do? What am I into? Let me ask myself the critical questions. Stop with that herd mentality. Like, you move with people, you don't even get to know who you really are. I was like that for a while. Like, growing up in any hood, you kind of like that. Like, a hood should give you, the overcoat of the culture, but your identity should still be you. And if you want to categorize yourself, that's fine too. Whether you're the leader, you could be the warrior, you could be the businessman, you could be the poet, the philosopher, whatever you choose to be, do it under the scope of what it is of where you want to be. But know who you are. Don't just be the neighborhood. Like, I'm not American, I'm not Haitian, I'm a citizen of the world, I'm a global citizen, I'm a child of God, I exist. I'm not like, even when it comes to teams, some of y'all might hate me for this, but I just like teams. I like the sport. I like the existence. I like the fact that we have sports. I like the fact that we have fashion.
Talking
My
that
fault,
shit.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
you talking that shit, and we almost at the close, bro. First of all, we're 20 minutes away from the longest episode we've ever had in more than title history.
That's wild, son. We almost there. Let's go, yo.
We're 20 minutes away. And we had 100 motherfuckers listening. I'm telling you what it is.
For real? Oh, we had that many? That's new.
I'm telling you what it is. Bro, with
That's
that being said, bro, I just want to say for you, I said a phrase the other day, bro. You don't understand the picture while you're sitting in the frame. Your picture is different. You don't understand it because you're in the frame, bro. But as you tell me this shit, as you tell the listeners this shit, we see it from a whole different view. And the same thing you might say from my view, bro. Working at cans, going through this, going through that, doing this, going through heartbreak, going through all that shit, going through street shit, going through the works, bro. You meeting Nori, you having a good relationship with Nori, you could have been like, nigga, fuck you, nigga. You could have been anything. You exactly where you need to be. We exactly where we both need to be right now in this moment. And I just want to say, my nigga, like, I appreciate you. If nobody don't tell you, nigga, I'm proud of you.
I appreciate that.
Nigga,
I appreciate you.
I'm proud to call you my brother. I've had a lot of episodes, nigga. And nigga, I'm telling you, this is the real. This is the real. I got my kids here, nigga. He ready to play trouble and all that. I'm like, hold on. Hold on. This is dope. This is real shit. I have my oldest son. My oldest son never been on the show. Never been on the show. I'm telling you, sit right here. Listen to this. I've had millionaires, bro, billionaires. So what I want to tell people, especially you too, bro, and it's a lesson for everybody, but also for you. You have such a dope story. There's no more sit down and talk and interview niggas, bro. You have the relationships. You have the relationships, bro. It's docucast content. You go, because niggas in this era don't believe it unless they see it. Show them. Now, a good content for you would be going back to where the fuck you went and showing niggas that was in that fucking jail.
See, the way that it's designed, or I can't go back there. I got deported. I can go.
Even that. Get a nigga over here. Get a nigga over here to tell that story, bro. And then put B-roll.
Oh, wait, you mean the guy? Oh, wait, you took. So here's the crazy thing. I got B-roll of me talking to guys that were in my cell block who I was their foreman. Like, some of them follow me on TikTok. They follow me. Maybe they might be watching right now. I don't even know.
Shout out, put it in if you in.
Yeah, like, so my name really ring bells in them other countries as well. Like, I'm connected. I got gangsters in Poland. I got gangsters in Russia. I got my peoples in China. Like I got people all over the world now. When I talk about going to a university or going to a college and the network that you meet, imagine going to an international federal prison for narcotics. You'd be surprised the people that are involved. Like I was locked up with doctors and lawyers too. It's not just, you know, it's all kinds of people.
Trying to get this everybody trying to change their family lives.
Yeah, not just that. The lineup is crazy. You see, I was a person like how 50 said, if they say he did it, he did it. Yeah, I did it. Right.
I was put the I only a little bit didn't do like I couldn't do that shit. I had a little bit that shit almost made me computer, my nigga. You're gone too far.
But I also felt like I was the voice of the people for people that didn't have a voice in a dark place. And there were a lot of guys that were there that were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Imagine you go on vacation and you're going to see your brother. He picks you up from the airport and then he goes to the mall to go see a custody. The police grab him. His girlfriend's in the passenger side. It's your first time meeting his girlfriend because he lives in Dubai, he working, you just visiting. And then now y'all all go to jail with him and everybody gets a life sentence just because they was in the car. Imagine your man hits you up for some bud. And you like, I ain't got no bud. But you like, yeah, I know somebody that got one. So you call me. And then after that, I'm like, yeah, give him my number. He calls me, we go meet, but the police already on me. So they snatch him up. And then after that, they try to find out how we know each other. And they find out it's through you. No proof of nothing. They just find out that you the connection. We all get life sentences. The buyer, the customer, and the facilitator. Imagine me and him get out after 2 years, but you sit for 7 for giving a phone number. It's a real story. Shout out to my boy Bob. You know what I mean? Lebanese dude, but he live in Australia. You know what I mean? He was a dickhead sometimes, but he was cool, man. That's his story. And there's so many crazy stories like that. Mad Nigerian dudes that had one joint. They was at a party, but their police are incentivized out there, specifically the CID. Only gotta F up once, be a little slow, be a little late just once. Avon Barksdale, that part.
Ooh.
That's it. Just one time. Yeah. It's a life sentence. There's a $27,000 bonus. 100,000 dirham. 20 minutes left. We off this, bro.
Yeah, we going for the record. I mean, like we going for the record, bro. We 4 hours. When it hit 4 hours, we at the record. We 13 minminutes away.
Yo, son, I could rock out like you don't understand. I'll be with it.
We're gonna break the record today, bro. You right there, bro. Like this is real, and all this shit is real. We got 1,000 clips, bro. You ain't got to do content for next month. I'm telling you.
So peep,
nigga, you have clips for.
So peep this. I'm gonna read something.
Talk to me.
This is chapter 1 from my book. So y'all heard some of my story, and I told y'all I write, but y'all never really heard what I write. So this was a dream that I had. I wrote it on December 24th, 2018.
I'm gonna give you the ISO. Do it.
Last night I had a few dreams. When I woke up this morning, I only remembered one. I was in a cargo plane flying to an unknown destination. The plane was completely empty, and there were no windows. The ride was going smoothly, and suddenly it took a turn for the worse. One of the engines failed, and the plane began to nosedive. I was flung to the back of the plane, but found a belt to strap into to prevent me from being tossed back to the front on impact. I had no idea how far up I'd flown, nor how fast I was coming down, but I knew death was approaching, and it could take me at any second. There was no way a person could survive the impact of a plane crash at that apparent velocity. It felt so real. I thought about the promises I'd be breaking by dying so soon. My last thought was of pain. I remember asking God for a quick and painless death if now were to be the time I met my demise. The nose of the plane began to rise as the plane leveled out into a free fall position. Still descending rapidly, the plane broke into 3 large pieces upon impact into the sea. Water consumed the tail end of the plane, where I unbuckled myself while descending into the dark depths of the ocean. My body was whisked away by the currents. I closed my eyes while holding my breath, hoping not to drown from panic. For a moment, I felt a peace amid all the turmoil. I remembered the voice of someone saying, "When you've tried your hardest and prayed your hardest, don't worry anymore. Be still and let God do the rest."
Message.
The current stopped tossing me, and I opened my eyes. I could see the light of the sun, so I swam towards it. When I made it above the sea level, I gasped for air. God isn't done with you yet, I thought. About 100 yards out, I could see land and began to swim toward the beach. I quickly grew tired and decided to float on my back to preserve my energy. Feeling blessed to see another day, I took a moment to appreciate the beautiful sky and blinding sun above. Just when I thought I was safe, a school of jellyfish began to approach. Clearly, God was telling me not to get comfortable because I hadn't made it to safety yet. I swam as fast and as hard as I could without a thought of looking back. And when I was about 20 yards out, I needed a break. To my surprise, I could stand straight up. It was low tide and the water barely reached my knees. I ran through the water, trailing the dying waves toward the shore. The beach seemed deserted. There were no signs of anyone having been there, not even a footprint. I was hungry and dehydrated, so I quickly went in search of some sustenance. In front of me, I could see a bunch of trees and bushes. I decided to venture into what seemed to be a jungle or a rainforest of some sort, and I didn't know where I was nor where I was headed, but at that point, it didn't really matter what fate lied ahead. I looked up at one of the trees and I noticed a flag waving behind it. The flag was red, white, and blue, and it looked like it could be Cuban or Puerto Rican or Texan or any other flag displaying those colors with a star. After going deeper into the forest, I could hear a waterfall. I ran toward the sound, just longing for a sip of water. And as I went past that last brush, I came upon a waterfall which was part of a hotel resort in a tropical destination. I was so happy and relieved to have found water, people, and a second chance at life. When I woke up, it felt so real. What did it all mean?
That's deep, my nigga.
Yes.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. First of all, we gonna give you a hand, nigga. Nigga. Y'all hear it? Y'all hear it? We got comments coming through right now. Yo, you have to release it. Full transparency. Now I need to hear the rest. That's the real.
I appreciate that.
Comments.
I appreciate that. Salute. I'm seeing the comments come through. Salute.
Oh, yeah. Bro, first of all, they're rocking with us for 3 hours and 53 minutes and 52 seconds. They could be anywhere in the world right now, and they're listening to what you're saying, bro.
Y'all could
I'm
be anywhere in the world, but y'all here with us. I
right
appreciate
now,
y'all for real.
right
That's
now,
that, that's real.
on the 3-year anniversary,
On the 3 year anniversary, for
on the
that,
day, on the day.
I feel like I should read one.
Go,
Nah,
bro,
this one gets
bro.
a.
We are 6 minutes away. Let's break the record. It's your show. Talk to me.
This one gets spicy. I could get spicy on here. All right, cool.
Who said we couldn't? Nigga, ass seasoning. Who said we couldn't?
I like that. I like that. This is actually from chapter 12. So I gave y'all the opener. This is an entirely different dynamic of the book. On July 16th, 2016, around 10 p.m., I began getting ready to step out for a night with the guys. I had been in Dubai 6.5 months and already found myself in a relationship with a circle of friends. I was always in a relationship, even when I wasn't. I told myself before moving to Dubai that I would not entertain the thought of a relationship nor a romance while focusing on professional success in this transient environment. I arrived, and after 2 weeks and a few Tinder swipes, I met Shamina. We started off friends and escalated to lovers rather quick. I'm not sure at what point we found ourselves in a committed relationship, but by June we were exchanging the phrase "I love you" like best friends exchange clothes, effortlessly. Though the love was real, it came with its fair share of resentment. All the friends I'd met since arriving were made through her. Most of these friends were men who were extremely attracted to her, none of which ever had a chance. No one ever cared to know nor inquire anything about me. I was merely an extension of her, Mimi's Black American boyfriend. She was beautiful and unique to my standards. A red-headed Iraqi with a fat ass and lightly freckled lips. Arab by birth, but Dutch by upbringing, she was perplexing at times. She was a free spirit, but prone to adhering to her mother country's cultural superstitions. It made our ability to coexist quite elusive. One moment she could care less what people thought, and the next she was completely overwhelmed by the possible opinions of others. I guess this sort of thing happens regardless of birthplace or upbringing, when two very different people get together. She left for Amsterdam at the beginning of the month to visit her mother, family, and old friends. And tonight I was hanging out with her friends at Club V. V was written VII, and it was located on the 7th floor of the Concord Hotel. Every Friday around 1 a.m., she and I would arrive and be immediately rushed to the VIP line. Hold on. I'm going to pause right here because
Man, that's it. I was like, hold on, nigga, you had me on the fucking edge. I'm like, what is the end of this? Where did we go? You met Shamina.
hold on.
You gotta go. If you don't go, let's sell it. I clip it up. I got you. I don't even put this up. This is you.
All right, for sure. I'm gonna go crazy. Hold on.
I got you. You. Nigga, we 4 minutes away. The longest morning title episode in history of the show. 4 minutes away.
Let's go.
He came through and talked that shit. We here, man.
So Pig, so her best friend's husband was the promoter of Risque Friday. It's the only hip hop and R&B night at this venue. Our table was always at the back behind the DJ booth. We could always relax in seclusion while overlooking the drunken crowd dancing to a selection of commercial and relatively lame-ass music, to be honest. DJ Seawalk, the promoter, as he likes to be called, had recently been going through some issues of infidelity with his wife. He did his best to keep his issues hush, as most men hoping to save their marriage, but the cries of an unsatisfied woman would be seen and heard even if her tongue and voice were removed. She cheated on him and conspired to do more. He was no angel, but his love for his wife always seemed unrequited. She needed some time away to clear her mind. So she went home to London while Hayati was in Amsterdam. I spoke to her earlier that day, July 16th, and I told her that there had been no luck on the job search and that the startup I'd been working for hadn't paid me. Furthermore, I was behind on my rent, 9,000 dirham, and my landlord wanted me out. So to put that in perspective, that's about $2,500. She suggested I talk to Seawalk about it. I wasn't one to ask a man for help with my finances, especially not an arrogant one like himself. He also has such a strong attachment to my woman, so I couldn't even consider the thought. He kept people around to validate his presence, but deep down, he resented always having to foot the bill. I was always appreciative to him for the nights out and the after parties I would have never known nor been able to afford on my own. I always expressed my gratitude, but rarely did I ever see any other men around him express theirs. Hayati, against my wishes and better judgment, told Seawalk's wife that I may have to leave Dubai over unpaid rent. Sarah didn't want to see her best friend sad and alone, so without a second thought, she told Seawalk to help. He came by my place to discuss he came by my place to discuss my predicament while I was getting ready for the party. I told him that I was in a bind and I could use a loan, better yet, a job. I had great digital marketing experience, an ear for music, and an eye for great talent and resources and entertainment, which could prove very valuable to his brand. He wasn't too responsive. Better description, indifferent. He gave me a condescending pat on the back and he said, "Don't worry. We'll talk more about this later. Let's go have a drink." I felt belittled and embarrassed. From the tone of his voice, you could tell he didn't care much about my fate. He only really came because his wife asked. We went by his massive villa in Emirates Hills. The facade to his 3-story home was immense and immaculate. I mean, he lived like a king with live-in chef, cleaning staff, club in the basement, and an elevator to take you to each magnificent floor. The private nightclub was painted in tones of black, blue, and purple. It was equipped with a full bar, pool table, DJ booth, mega speakers, and lounge-style seating. Adjacent to the pool table was a wall of fame, with a collection of photos of him and celebrities he'd met over the past few years as a promoter. We poured a drink, made a toast, and downed a couple of shots of coffee Patron before he wagered his friend on a trick shot pool challenge. He bet him 1,000 dirham that he could make it on one try, and his friend accepted the wager. Seawalk sunk the ball effortlessly. He picked up 1,000 that he won and then slapped it in my hand while patting me on the back as he whispered, "You see, that was easy, right? You'll have what you need in no time." I felt belittled, but I couldn't tell whether his condescending actions were intentional or if he just had complete disregard for my manhood. Either that or I was in my feelings, but I was in no position to turn that money down, so it is what it is. I was a real broke dude hanging out with fake rich friends, all puns intended, and I needed the help badly. Before going out, he checked his laptop, and after 10 minutes of staring at the screen, his demeanor went from cocky to conflicted. I could tell that whatever it was related to his wife, but I didn't want to ask him, so I snooped when he was walking away instead. Apparently, he logged into her iCloud profile. He found 5 new pictures uploaded to her photo album. There were 2 naked pictures of a guy she'd been seeing behind his back and 3 screenshots of them talking on FaceTime. In one of the screenshots, she was biting down on her lip while his dick overtook what was left of the phone screen. I heard him coming, so I returned to the bar to get another shot. He wanted to leave right away, obviously. "The cars are outside," he said. So he and I hopped in the Range Rover and Mansour sped off. That night, all the girlfriends and wives were gone, and with the thought of another man fucking his wife crowding in his mind, he was in serious need of some female distractions. It felt weird not being out with my girl, but also very satisfying. People I didn't know were less reluctant to say hello. See, Dubai is small, and its nightlife community is even smaller. So you see some of the same faces all the time. I saw eyes peering at me from all angles, and I liked it. I spent those first 6 months dedicated to working out, and I smiled noticing the attention it garnered. I didn't have much, but having a nice physique made help balance the scales, so to speak. I was having a Grey Goose and cranberry when she approached me. She tapped me on the shoulder, a young woman in our section who wasn't there before and whom I've never seen before. It was clear she wasn't with the female distractions that Seawalk's cousin rounded up. "Hello, my name is Jazz," she said as she extended her hand to greet me. "I'm Guy," I replied. She stepped in closer and said she recalled seeing me out a couple of nights before at People by Crystal. I don't know how she went unnoticed. She had long blondish brown hair that curled at the ends of her shoulders. Her skin looked incredibly soft, as if bathing in buttermilk was part of her everyday routine. She was sexy, thick, and curvaceous.
The buttermilk adjective was real. I'm there. I'm there.
When we exchanged greetings and shook hands, I was very nonchalant despite the deep breath that came over me. I was drawn in, but remained distant. She was beautiful and ethnically ambiguous with only a London accent to go off of. I glanced at her feet, and they were nicely shaped from heel to toenail and painted with a polish that complemented her pink lips. Her hands only complemented what seemed almost like perfection in the club light. The 10-second exchange would linger in my thoughts for the rest of the night. I stared at her lips and asked as they seemed to move to the rhythm of the music as she walked away. I needed another drink. Hold on, let me grab this bottle now.
Ooh, first of all, congratulations! More than a title episode in history.
Let's go. We did that, kid.
Oh! I got my wife here, I got my kids here, I got everything here. First of all, I want to tell you my podcast. It's the episodes. First of all, it's like this. I said it before we started the shows, the relationships. The relationship. What's the odds of my brother being here on the day he came out on the 3-year anniversary without me knowing, having my kids here and saying, you know what, my son went to play Trouble 2 hours ago. And I mean that shit with the 250th episode. I didn't do anything you couldn't do. I did everything you wouldn't do. My brother did everything you wouldn't do. He put in the fucking work, put in the writing. You hear the story. I'm about to cut him off because nigga, you gotta go behind a paywall for this shit.
That part.
That's what we fucking on. So with that being said, I want to say to you, bro, I'm fucking so proud of you, man. And thank you, nigga. I'm honored. 281 episodes, bro, to have you here. My brother. 281 episodes, my brother, to have you here. We met in the trenches for a reason. We ain't know, nigga, like 10 years from now, y'all niggas gonna be toasting. Nigga, it don't come with a playbook. It's either you're real or you're not. You either real or you're not. You either see it or you don't. You either love another fucking motherfucker or you with or you don't. And that's what it is. I didn't know my brother was going through all this shit. I'm hearing it the first time like y'all. And that's why it's more than a title. That's why. Because he's out there from Left Frack. Nigga, I didn't tell you earlier. Nigga, my sisters are from Left Frack. My sisters, my older sisters. Natalie and Natasha from Left Frack. I'm telling you.
Natalie and Natasha?
Twins.
Yo, son, they
I like
they
the way you
live
said
right
that,
across the street on
I like the
59th Avenue.
I like the way you
I
said that.
grew up with them. I grew up with them. Wait, hold on.
That's funny.
Wait,
I
Natalie,
like the way you said that, son. You want to get a laugh with me, so I ain't like that. You think it's a name? Think it's a Natalie?
wait, hold on. No. Hold on. It can't be the same twins. Because I
Nigga,
feel
only
like I
one
knew
twin for the
Natalie and
podcast.
Norma.
No, Natalie
Now,
and
you
I
said
will send you
Natalie
the
and
pictures.
Natasha.
Natalie and
Yeah, send me
Natasha.
the pictures.
I promise you.
Because
I promise you. Nigga, in Left Rack, in the hood, I used to go get them. Nigga, I promise you. Left Rack.
salute to you.
I'm from Parkchester, son. I'm from Parkchester in the Bronx. Used to roll with Pops, get them from Left Rack, come back to Parkchester. I know Left Rack very well.
Natalie and Natasha. Which bill?
Twins.
Yo, I know.
Twins. There's only so many twins in the hood. You know that. There's only so many twins. You
Yeah.
might know 3, if that, if you're lucky. I'm telling you, I'm gonna show you and be like, nigga, I know them. I seen them. They was at the store. I promise you.
They're Hispanic?
No, definitely not.
No.
The black, they're like me, my complexion. I'm gonna send you a
Yeah.
picture. I'm gonna send you a picture.
All right,
Nigga.
cool.
They twins. I'm gonna send you the picture. But I do want to say, bro, in the day, first of all, shout out to Big Sean. Salute and celebrating the anniversary and return of the king. Man, come on, what we talking about?
I appreciate that, King. I appreciate that for real, for real.
Come on, bro.
Like,
come on.
yo, this day is mad special to me, son. I feel like I had a surprise birthday party that we didn't even plan, that nobody planned. So I really appreciate everybody that pulled up, everyone that took the time to listen. It's very meaningful because as content creators, another KPI that we have is average watch time. So if you sat here and you really paid attention and you were locked in, that means that the content is of value to you, and that's meaningful to us. It lets us know that we're doing the right thing. So I appreciate you all for, even if you listen for 5 minutes, 7 minutes, or 500, thank you.
Can I keep it gangster with you, bro?
Yeah.
Impact over metrics. It don't matter if a motherfucker watch you for 2 minutes. If he got something game of it, there's no metric. There's no attribution for that.
Absolutely.
There is zero attribution for that. So I base my entire business based on the model that motherfuckers don't love or don't respect. And that's why we're here for 4 hours, bro. They're like, yo, why you do it for 3 hours and 3 days a week? You know why? Because guess what? I get a Harvard Business Review every fucking time I press the button. I learn from you. I learn from the next person. I learn from Beyonce's pops. I learn from Rohan Marley. I learn from fucking Greg Oden, #1 draft pick. I learned from Malik Yoba. I've had Leon on the show. I'm playing tennis with him. Who do you want? Ronnie DeVoe, Eddie Kane, Force MDs. Who do you want to talk about?
That's ill, yo.
So when I talk about Ebro and them niggas having problems dealing with the legacy shows, guess what? I'm doing this shit, sitting Indian style, drinking a dindu with my wifey here and my 2 kids here. So I don't want to hear about what you have with the legacy. Nigga, you are a part of a legacy model. I'm building the fucking legacy. I am Hot 97. My brother is Hot 97. We are building a new age media. That traditional shit is done. That gatekeeping shit is done. Finito. So when I bring my brother up here, and I don't need to be anything. It's because I didn't have to know that. It's because I fucking love this nigga for free. And I asked him to do me a solid for free, and I didn't know it was gonna be 4 fucking hours. And that's gangster. So when you hear it and when you see the real, I have to be who I say I am. He has to be who he say he is, because he wouldn't be on this motherfucker. So trust us. We've been through the ringer, and we only sitting on this shit for 4 hours to give you the game, to not make the mistakes that we made. Be better. Learn from this shit. I learned so much from this shit. And no sleep. Doing a grant, doing all this shit. Yo, Sean, tell him one more time. Oh, no sleep.
On no sleep.
They heard
Y'all
it.
see me. The eyes are shaking. They naturally.
They heard it. They was here for 4 hours. I'm telling you. So the average watch time, guess what? I care about that, but I don't care about that because I care about impact. Because when I walk out the side, I'm fucking loved. When I go to the store, I'm loved. When I come in the house, I'm loved. When I go in the boardroom, I'm loved because of this shit.
First of all, I see certain names that, like, I saw 2 names that I know that if I ever see them, I'm always gonna remember them because they've been here, they've been active. Yes,
Boom,
Trini Meeks. Yep.
and boom, and boom,
And boom and boom.
and boom,
Exactly.
and boom, and boom, and boom. And so we got the largest podcast, bro. The first longest podcast was William Benson. He owns the biggest the largest black-owned champagne brand in the world. Not in the country,
For real?
but in the world. We did 4 hours. We smoking cigars. That's why I brought out the cigar, because it was fucking monumental. It's the only time I ever brought out a cigar was that episode. I brought it out here. I don't smoke cigars.
Mhm.
I don't do it. So I want to tell you, I'm telling you what it is. Wifey laughing. I'm telling you what it is. I don't do
Damn,
it.
I should have went and got a cigar
No,
too.
I'm
I don't
telling
really
you, bro,
do
because
it.
it's nostalgic. You either know when the moment hits, you hit. You got to do it, because I know it's going to be monumental. So I want to say to you, bro, we were going to talk about podcasts and all that shit. This was a podcast masterclass without actually telling you. Without telling you niggas it's message in the movements. It's a message
I
in the
appreciate
movements.
that.
You heard what he said. You heard what we went through. You saw how we interacted. You saw what he's about to get a life sentence. And he's fucking here. Telling you what it is. This is what black creators go through. And this is what the gatekeepers don't want you to hear. This is what they blocking this shit. They don't want a nigga like G to come in the system. They don't want a nigga to be in here. Because guess what? The story is sicker than y'all bullshit.
Don't let them people trick you out of your value.
Wow.
You're worth a lot more. You're
Talk
worth
to
a
him.
lot more.
Come on.
See, you don't expect words to come out of certain people's mouths because we got used to name, right? We got used to title, but we're so much more than a title. So when you're chasing these titles, these reputations and stuff like that, you're missing out on value. So don't be dimmed for anyone. Speak your piece. Because whether you realize it or not, if you have a message to give, there's somebody that is there to hear it. Right? They're your tribe. They were there before. Y'all was all here before. And we looking for each other now, but we can't find each other unless we communicate. So these words are coming from my heart to your soul. And if you receive them, then we're connected. You know? Speak your piece.
That's the real, and that's the message that More Than a Title is, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Broski, I'm telling you, 4 years ago, I started this shit on the couch. Same couch I'm on right now. 6 years ago, I would talk to my son's mother, and I would say, yo, I'm gonna get the CEO. He wasn't even the CEO of Revolt at the time. I went in there and said, the CFO, he's a black man, and looked at me. I went in the room, made a 30-second video, and I got him on 2 weeks later. I did the same shit with James Lindsay. I did the same shit with Solomon Choi. I did the same shit with Beyonce's pops. Don't matter who the fuck you are, because we all more than that. And they come on here and they give me the stories, bro. And guess what? You know how much I paid for content?
Better.
I'm not you niggas. Bro, I'm not you, Rosenberg. I didn't fucking gatekeep. But niggas understand and respect the fucking title that I hold and what I'm trying to do for the community, because it's not about money. I could be here 4 hours. I'm be here 4 hours tomorrow. It don't matter. I'm always going to be here. As long as his heart is air breathing in my lungs, I'm going to be here. So guess what? It's bigger than that. It's impact over metrics. Guess what? I might not have 100,000 views, but guess what? I got 10 to 15 motherfuckers on here, 100 motherfuckers on here that understand it. And we're going to build brick by brick, and we're going to grow. We're going to get information that Jetlag told, that Rohan told, that anybody told, and we're going to grow together. And guess what? Y'all going to get the opportunities, because I'm going to make sure of it. I'm going to make sure of it. I'm going to make sure of it like Jet is. So please, Jet, let them know where they can find you, bro. Let them know how they can support, bro, because this is fucking iconic. And we're going to take a shot, and we're going to take it home.
So, listen, if y'all looking for me, the name's right there, jetlag_G. I'm on TikTok and I'm on Instagram. I'm also a live host on TikTok. I usually go live Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Mostly inspiration, motivation, jewels, and just straight chilling. Like, I teach from time to time, but for the most part, it's a time to just connect and build, right? Like minds and build. What else? Oh, I have a series I've been putting out called Cheesecake Confessions. It's pretty much me eating cheesecake and telling you a story. So if you like my storytelling, go ahead and check it out. Start at episode 1. It should be pinned at the top. And then, try to find 2, 3, and see what's in between. I have a book called The Purpose Driven Live Host. It's downloadable on my beacons. You got to go to my TikTok to find it. I'm too saucy to give you the link. But it's called The Purpose Driven Live Host. It's not just about teaching you how to be a live host or a podcaster. It's about finding your identity and being more than a title.
Yeah,
I can't help but do it.
No. So we're gonna put the links in the description. If you're on YouTube, all the links to Jetlag G will be there. Click, support, and guess what? Let's welcome to the More Than Title family, bro. And matter of fact, let's give you a round of applause for that. Because you part of the family. You know what that means?
Absolutely.
Is here. You know what that means? That means anybody I spoke to before you or after you have direct access to. Because you're my brother. I don't care who it is. If I can't make it happen, I'll tell you straight up like my brother, like, yo, that's kind of difficult. I might only have one ass. I can't do that. But guess what? There's been 6-figure deals that happened because somebody came through and just gave me their story. So you know what? He came in for a reason. And some shit about to pop off. And so what I'm going to tell you right now is you have an open invite anytime you want to pull up. I don't care if it's a Tuesday, Thursday, whenever. You're like, yo, bro, I'm ready to pod. I got you. Come through. You have a home here.
I'm with it. Let's go. Let's go.
Fucking brother. And I mean that. I mean that sincerely. And I mean that. Look, come on, man. Shout out to everybody on the check-in. I got both my kids here. Both my boys here. Please let them know. You want to end it off? End it off for us, Papa.
Sure.
End it off for us.
Thank you for joining More Than a Title, and thank you for all your support. And this is our we beat the record.
The record!
Yeah, we beat the record. Let's go.
Beat the record! 4 hours sacrifice from everybody in this house. And I'm gonna say this: I do this for my boys. I do this for my family. I do this for the culture. I do this for the family, for the community. 4 hours, man. 4 hours and 21 minutes and counting. And I'm going to say, this is what we are. This is what our sacrifice is for. It's for them. It's for people like Jetlag that don't have the necessarily to have the News 12, the Channel 7. We don't build it, they don't come. We build it, they will come. We are the culture. Stop thinking that you're not, but you're going to have to go through some BS to get it. So look at us. Learn from it. You heard this brother's story. And I'm honored to be able to share the story. And my brother's here. He got a home here, More Than a Title. And with that being said, episode 281, the longest episode and the most fire.
Let's go. 281. Play them numbers.
What we talking about? Bro.
April 7th. 3 years, baby. 3 years.
Man, take a shot, man, with me, bro. I just want to tell you, I love you for free, bro. I love you for free. Thank you, man, for what you've done for the community, for the culture. Thank you for being you, man. I mean that shit.
Thank you for having me. Yo, thank you for giving me such a comfortable, safe space to share my story, to communicate and build and grow with each other as men. And yeah, man, thank you for being you. Cheers, King.
Love you for free, King. You know how we do, man. Make sure you're tapping with him. If you tap with him, give him grace. He's working out there. He's building the infrastructure. He's building the community. Give him grace, y'all. We working. It's hard to be us right now. It's hard. Just give us grace and please rock with us while we go through this journey.
Look, and we not playing, man. Like, I'm working with nonprofits in New York, all the way from Long Island to the city, up to the Bronx. I'm working with councilmen down to Brooklyn. I'm working in the youth leagues, and out here in Philly where I'm at, I'm all over. So check us out. I'm in North Philly. Tap in.
So I'm gonna tell you on camera, bro. We on Boss Up, bro. I'm teaching in schools right now in New Jersey. I'm teaching my alma mater in Vanderchild High School.
Oh, word?
Business and marketing. Boss Up. Shout out to Dr. Jamila T. Davis. I'm doing it right now.
That's what it is.
And what I tell all these kids right now is freedom. Freedom is the flex. Being able to do what you want, when you want, with who you want, is the flex. Not all that other shit. Not being told what to do when you want to do something. That's the flex. Doing what you want. Being on the beach, being laid out with a pina colada, knowing that you're making money while you sitting there chilling, spending money. That is the flex. That's what I want to see for my young brothers and sisters, man. Until we do that, man, I'm not satisfied. And until then, I'm going to keep fucking potting until you get the message. My brother going to keep potting until you get the message. And we out here. With that being said, 281, the longest episode to date, 4 years and counting. We done had everybody, billionaires, millionaires, who you want. Nigga, Jet Lag G came through, man, pulled up support. Yeah, man. With that being said, man, support my brother. You heard the story. Came from the bottom, from the mud, went to jail, had a life sentence, came home, did positive shit. You niggas ain't go through half of that shit, ain't do half of positive shit. Not a quarter of that shit.
Yo, who was Ace? Not even a quarter.
Not even a quarter of that shit. Not playing. I celebrate the real, not the fake. Not the fake. I don't care about you niggas taking from the community, not giving nothing back, taking deposits, not withdrawing nothing. Fuck you niggas. I celebrate kings, queens. This is a motherfucking king. 281. More than entitled, man. Tap in. We about to change the world, and I promise you that. This ain't just a fucking message. It's the real, man. More than entitled. Jet Lag G. We here. We gonna see y'all tomorrow, baby.
What you know about me? Seen it all, heard it all. Oh, what you know about me? I done it all. Just one.